It's rising! We're getting more light! This is Colony Delta. That smouldering camera! It's valor, it's stuff of legends, but... we can win! We're gonna make it! Consul, sir! Right! All troops! Full advance! And don't let up! Don't let a single life slip from your grasp! What's that for honors?
Listen here. You've done well to come this far. But now, smoldering Kamaravi takes the field.
No way. He let us think we had them pinned. But really, we were the ones that were trapped. Spark this! Everyone, pull back! Full retreat! We gotta leg it before...
Just who are you? Perhaps a guard, perhaps not.
Well, well. Smoldering Kamaravi. Your name is no mere affectation.
A consul? No. You're...
got time to kick back a little.
Do people have to make so much noise?
Definitely feel stronger.
I'm all refreshed and ready to take on the world. I'm coming with you.
I'll draw up the rota for guard duty.
Right then, should we get a move on?
Might as well, yeah?
So much to see, huh? You're gonna send them off, right? They've all been wrecked. We've got to bring them all home.
Baldy, just how were you planning on lugging all this back to Colony 30?
The upper level of the Great Falls, eh? Could we get there by clambering up Colony Lambert?
Maybe you and Senna could.
What's that device? Looks like it's still usable. Who wants to do the honors?
I think you operate it like so.
I'm on it. That's the way. done this.
Never the paragon leader.
Feel it in my bones. Bring back my power zone free.
We can do better yet.
Giant swing.
Extra!
Power wing. Gemini drop. Hammerhead. Retro advantage. Oh yeah. You want some more?
Extra! Hazy fish.
Butterfly blade.
Uppercut!
Power wing. Butterfly blade.
Are you ready, Uni? Shoulder mercy. Noah! What are you playing at?
Look after yourself.
Safe.
I'm good at fixing things.
You're a lifesaver.
Off you go.
Extra! Lurking. Just a little more.
Reload. Hammer. Gemini. Run. Myopic scream. Butterfly blade. Giant swing.
I'm here.
Nice one, man. But hammer blade. Senna. Love to see it.
I'm here. You're a fire lamp.
I'll heal you. Gemini. Run. Giant swing. They're building up.
Sometimes brute force is the answer.
Turning up to 11. You guys ready for this?
Come on, hey, let's go.
Don't bark at me yet. I can help you.
You okay?
I need you, Mia. Unstoppable. Split up and attack. Battle the stop. All right. I'll take one. More where that came from. This isn't the end. This is the decider. You're finished.
I'll make it count. Wait, everyone get ready.
I'll take one. More where that came from.
I'm on your heels. Now to finish it up. Got you now. Take your breathing. I'll keep pouncing them.
Strike through. Upon this sword, I'm ready. Yes, that was us. That's teamwork.
Would you just die already?
Can we do something about this sparking noise?
How would I know? Just cancel the interlink or something, I guess.
It only starts after an extended period, after our bodies start to heat up.
To me, it sounds like a warning. For something.
A warning? What do you think will happen if we leave it?
Huh. I don't have much desire to find out.
Think it's something dangerous?
Well, it can't be anything fun. You expect balloons and confetti with that noise?
Maybe not.
Oh, too bad, Jay.
Looks like that backfired on you, didn't it? Better be prepared for the consequences.
Really? I was only interested in putting in an appearance. You're making it sound like I took some huge risk.
Oh, come on now, guys. Jay's been on the bench all this time. I get why he might be a little stimulated by a bit of drama.
Well, it was pretty dramatic, I'll give you that.
You seem pleased with yourself.
P.O. N wants to see you.
Does he now?
Is it our turn to shine?
I don't know. I've got zero idea what's going through his brain sometimes.
Not even you?
I'm sure M could tell you. Not that she's shown herself recently.
What could it be? I do hope it's something fun. Let's be off-o.
Right-yo!
Have a good one.
Whoa!
Is that a supply drop?
Whoa, it's an ether channel. We have to mine this.
Let's make the most of our break, guys.
There you are. I don't want to mither, but aren't you on tent duty today?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I'll head back and... What?
It's all finished.
Huh?
We already packed it all up.
Then what was the point of telling me? Don't you have better things to do?
Hey, you owe us one. I'm just joking. Are you okay?
What do you mean, okay?
These last few days, it's been a lot, right?
That's why you're concerned?
Yeah, you got it. We were worried. Your problems are our problems. Just because someone says they're doing okay, doesn't mean everything actually is fine with them.
You know, there's a word for people like you. Busybodies, all of you.
Now, Tyon, that is completely uncalled for.
Huh?
You two really must be bored stiff. Good grief.
Everyone needs to let off steam.
Is my life that entertaining to you? I'll allow it.
Hey, that watch.
Our lifetimes run for 10 years only. But this pocket watch has already lived for longer than that, by being passed from Nimwe's hands to mine. What Guernica said to us on that battlefield. I don't know what you made of it exactly, but frankly, to me, it was a load of nonsense. Not even enough to push us together. But that's changed. If Nimwe's life is represented by her dreams, then in remembering those, I carry her life with me. Perhaps now, I can give a purpose to my life. She'd live on if I were to pass her dreams on to others, right?
Heavy.
Also, I've done some thinking. If I had just, say, 10 more years, no, even 5, with just a bit of borrowed time, how many more memories could I fit inside this little pocket watch?
And that's why you're here now?
Well, that's half of it.
What's the other half, then?
Oh, well... In fact, just forget it.
Oh, come on. You've already told us that much. Might as well give us the whole story.
This is just not the place or time for it. That's all.
Lame. Still, it was a nice chat. Dreams in objects. Huh?
What?
Thanks, Tyon. We came here to cheer you up a bit, and got food for thought instead.
Oh, sure. Anytime.
Neo.
We'll have to climb up here to exit the Great Falls area.
If you're having a hard time, Mimi, I'll be more than happy to carry you. There's tough, and there's tough. much to see, huh?
That's a rare one. Is that? That's Keves Castle, all right?
First time seeing it.
Yeah. Same level of elaborate as Castle of Agnes.
Can also see great sword on left.
Are we going through with this?
No. I see it's far too risky now. The area will be under strict guard. But downslope, we could go via the forest.
Mac to Wildwood, huh?
Doesn't sound too bad to me.
Oh! Where? Hell, never been this far in before.
Me neither. The last time I had an audience with the Queen, she had come in person to the war front. Commander Ethel, Fornis forward, Armies Colony 4. Reporting in as ordered, Your Majesty.
It has been some time, hasn't it?
Ma'am, I'm elated to find you in good stead, Your Majesty. That you would grace us with your presence is an honor above my station.
We can dispense with the stiff preambles, Ethel. N?
Mom.
N? Consul N. That's him.
N. The head honcho of Kavesi Consuls himself. The Golden Consul.
What is that?
The Annihilator. The latest weapon in our military arsenal. It utilizes breakthroughs in application of the annihilation effect.
You've harnessed it.
Not only is its power without equal, it has another exquisite benefit. Let me show you.
What, you mean right here and now?
Indeed. This will be its finest hour. The Urian Mountains. A terrible shame. Her Majesty has a soft spot for them. Please do not think ill of me.
What was that?
Just thunder, innit?
Brighter than any lightning I've ever seen.
Still ringing in ears.
Where did the light come from?
No idea. But this can't be good.
What incredible power!
Its effective range has no discernible limit whatsoever.
What are you...
I'm saying an attack like the one you just witnessed can be delivered anywhere.
So you mean to use this weapon against Agnes? If you were to use this, then what about the clocks?
Who said anything about using it on Agnes?
Mom?
The next target will be this.
What's this now?
Should be reaching Mac the Wildwood soon.
I hear it's tough going inside. We'd best be on the lookout.
Huh? Is that...
Watch the moss, guys. Mind you don't slip. Whoa. Yeah!
He says, falling flat on his ass himself.
Oh, yeah. Bloody hilarious. You're always taking the mick out of me. Noah.
Huh? Did you say something?
Oh, don't come crying if you fall.
You seem like you're a million miles away. Lot on your mind?
Yeah, kinda. Mio!
Thank you.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I just lost my footing for a second. I'm okay. For now, I'm okay.
For now? Are you... not feeling 100%?
Nah, nothing like that. I'm totally fine, promise. Like I said, I just missed my footing.
If you start feeling worse, just say. I don't want you hiding it.
You're a kind man, aren't you?
I'm just... being polite. Whoa!
So what was on your mind earlier?
Yeah, that light. I was wondering if it had anything to do with us.
You think maybe... could it have been something that Mobius did?
Huh?
We know that they're hunting us. Tyon, you told us before that our consoles were actually the same.
Yeah, I did say that.
After that, nobody said so, but we were all thinking it. The war between Agnes and Keves and the consoles. Or rather, Mobius. They must be connected somehow.
It could be that... all the fighting. It might be that it's all orchestrated according to Mobius.
And to them, Ouroboros only spelled trouble.
Since we keep wrecking their flame clocks and all. They must really hate us messing with their stuff, I guess.
So we're one big thorn in their side.
It does stand to reason that's why we're their targets. But it doesn't tell us anything about why our colonies fight. Any theories?
Not as yet. But I figure, isn't discovering that our real objective here, right? If we seek out the city, maybe we'll find answers.
One way to know.
Hey, can we take 5?
There's so much choice. Good to add more names. Better make sure we're well rested.
Let's move out.
That container.
Huh? Is that?
Sweet, let's poke around.
I hope we can make use of this.
Man, those Mobius mooks, they make my feathers stand on end. Ending people's lives like it doesn't matter. Ugh, what a sick joke.
Their word for people like that? Know what Nopon say?
No idea. Tell us?
Super villain pon.
Riku, what does that mean then?
It be the extreme bad guy.
Ah, I think I get it.
Meme? What's up, Manana?
Then,
Oh, Noah and Mio and friends, supervillain pon.
You're labeling us?
Labelling. Because friends used to end lives also. That not make them supervillain pon?
I mean, it's not like we ever had a choice or anything. It was them or us.
So when no choice, not fall under definition then.
None of us ever fought because we wanted to. It's just how it worked. How people worked. And the world.
So, world is supervillain pon.
Huh?
Since it make everyone do nasty things. World is bad guy.
The world is bad. Huh, I never thought of it like that.
Now that you mention it, what in the world are we even here for?
I wouldn't strain your brain too much.
Sounds like you have.
What gave you that idea?
Cut the snark, just tell me.
The end point of it is suicide.
So what?
If you don't want to hurt others, you'll end up denying your own right to survive. Eventually, you come to the conclusion that the world may well be better off without your presence. The only resolution then is to erase the self, to die. See? Pointless.
Isn't that taking it too far?
The world doesn't just vanish because you've closed your eyes.
What?
The moon. Think about it. Why is it that the moon shines? Just because we're watching? Of course not. Even if humans were gone, it would shine on, illuminating the land beneath. And yet, we're the ones that give meaning to it. We say bit dim tonight, or looks brighter than usual, eh? Similarly, we can now imbue the world with meaning or change it. It's a privilege we were lucky to obtain.
And that's the power of Ouroboros.
We're obliged to use it. We can make a difference.
So we don't become supervillains.
That's one thing to aim for, at least. Right?
So much to see, huh?
Hey, you sure we're going the right way, guys?
Well, it's a path, at least.
Looks like it's going to be a real pain getting through here.
True, but we don't have the luxury of loitering.
Well, I don't see any other road to take, so let's just get this over with.
Judy, look out!
What the? An ambush!
Ah! Weapons! Quick!
I got something for you! You're a lifesaver!
Down, Jack! No escape!
Enemy's broken away from me!
Eyes over here! You're dead. Couldn't keep them in check. Eyes over here! Eyes over here! Down, Jack! I'll end it here! Landslide! I'll heal you!
More with that thing! Give it up!
Down! No escape! Right here!
I can help you.
How about this?
How about this?
It isn't over! Big mountain! Landslide! Done more!
Neo!
I know you've got more in you, Leo. I'm doing the favor you need. No good! I'll end it here! Eyes over here!
Eat this! Let me give you a test!
No escape!
Come here! I got something for you! Perfect time.
No good! No escape! Landslide! How about this?
I'll show you!
Liberation!
Give it up!
Power!
More where that came from! Let's pile on the pressure!
Ready to go! Down crash! Ha!
Let me give you a taste! You eat this!
You will get started now! How about this?
More where that
Go
came
down
from! Let me give you a taste! Here and now! Enemy's broken away from me!
Get through!
Let me give you a taste!
Liberation! Power! That's it right now!
There's spark in me yet!
Hang in there, I'll heal you!
You won't get away!
Noah! This ain't like you, Noah!
Always looking out for me, Julie.
How about this?
More where that came from!
I'll end it here! Oh, refreshing rain! Didn't think I'd be falling here.
We just want to pass through. We're not looking for trouble.
Come on, guys. What's your problem?
Juniper, Imogen's at her limit. She can't keep going. Huh? Spark! And we could have had their life too. So close.
That's very unfortunate. We'll have to retreat then.
What was all that about? Weirdos.
Noah, what's wrong?
I was just thinking.
About that archer? They seem quite the formidable opponent, to be sure.
That's true, but there was something else about them.
Say, you don't think...
Those soldiers' flame clocks. They might be getting low.
Oh, come on, Noah. You'd better not be thinking of offering your assistance.
It's hard to put into words, but something's off.
What, and you think we have time to be traipsing around on this whim of yours?
It really bothers you?
Yeah.
Give it up, Tyon. Once Noah's like this, there's no stopping him.
Oh, why do I bother?
Besides, Noah's intuition's usually pretty on the mark.
We could just take a look. A tiny little peek?
Fine. I can see no amount of reasoning is going to dissuade you. However, if it turns out to be nothing, we head straight back and move on. Acceptable?
That's fine. Okay, let's move. We should be able to catch up to them if we follow their tracks.
Noah, you know how folks are when their flame clock runs low? They'll come on us like starved beasts.
Yeah, I know. But I can't just turn a blind eye.
Judging by how the tracks stop here, it seems that this is where those soldiers passed through.
Through here? But how?
Doesn't look easily traversable, does it?
Yeah, I can't see us getting across there anytime soon.
We could always take a detour. Look, this way.
Yeah. Thanks, Tyon.
Like I said, we can't afford to be hanging around here. Come on, we haven't got all day.
Nimble little so-and-sos sliding down here on a rope.
I wonder if they could teach me to do that.
Shall we deal with this?
Eyes over here!
Thanks!
Hammerhead! Butterfly blade! Root heel!
Extra!
Gemini! I'm fit to burst! Overboard! Reload!
Power! What were they gonna do? Make me yawn myself to death?
This is crazy. There was a colony here? That's right. This is an abandoned colony.
Please listen to us. We didn't come here to fight you. We can free you from your flame clock.
Free us?
You don't have much time left on yours, do you? We can help you with that, so if you just...
Stop attacking you?
Yeah.
All right. I'll hear you out.
Thank you.
Please, come in.
They're still wary of us. Can't let our guard down.
Good to add more names. More colonies added.
Not a lot of people around. Yeah. It's quite unlike any other colony.
Even for a place this tumble down, the people here seem so resigned.
I've seen a few colonies with dwindling flame clocks before, but this one is especially bizarre.
It's like they're not trying to survive here at all. Do you get that impression?
Back when I was stationed at Lambda, I'd heard rumors about Colony Tau.
What did they say?
That deep in the forest, there's a colony with some very peculiar customs and traditions. This is my first time seeing it in reality, but I never expected it to be so run down.
Did you have any dealings with it?
None at all. This is just hearsay from Commander Izzard.
Anyway, we should hurry. Let's smash the flame clock and free everyone.
It being an abandoned colony, we are continually starved of sufficient life sources.
Wait. Are you the commander?
That's right. Sorry, I failed to tell you before. I am Juniper, and it's my job to lead Colony Tau.
If that's so, then surely you must know who we are.
I'm afraid I know nothing.
Ah.
We have no need of such information.
Juniper told us we'd welcome you in, whoever you might turn out to be. So, that's the rule. We don't ask questions.
But you attacked us back there.
Our scouts told us about some monsters in the forest they'd never seen before. So, we sent them out on a hunt. But then they bumped into you en route. They must have figured it'd be more efficient to get you out of the way first.
Though, contrary to our plan, we were made to retreat.
Oh yeah? What about your consul? Where are they hiding?
I told you, this is an abandoned colony. Our consul rarely visits us.
You're in such a strange situation.
All the more reason to get you out of this predicament.
I think you guys are getting the wrong end of the stick here.
It's true. We aren't afraid of Colony Tao's flame clock running out. All it means is the end of our days gazing at our ever-diminishing supply.
But you could die.
Uh-huh. As if we just let you waltz in and break our flame clock.
And we all have to perish someday. If our lives should expire, then we'll sink into silence, darkness, oblivion. We'll return to the earth.
Yes, but you can't just...
The land will take us, and we will simply be. That's how it is at Colony Tau. No one will ever think of us, and yet here we are. Slowly but surely, we are withering. We don't always find the nutrition that we need to live. If Colony Tau cannot accumulate the vital flames it needs, then it proves only that we were too weak. And in nature, the weak are destined to perish.
The logic would dictate that nature is pushing you to become stronger.
If we set you free, you won't have to worry about all this crap.
We neither worry nor fear for what may come to pass.
We've already lost so many of our friends and allies.
And every time we return their bodies to the earth, such will be our fate.
What's the point of fearing the inevitable? We know we're gonna die. What's wrong with us living the way we always have?
But how do you live without hope?
It will spell the end of the story that our predecessors weaved for generations. A tale cut short. I won't argue that it feels a little melancholy. In that sense, if we were to be freed from the flame clock, then...
Juniper! Bad news!
Tell me?
The monsters are coming straight for the colony, and they already took one of us down!
No. They came all the way here.
We'll join you! Good to add more names.
Juniper! We need orders!
This is perfectly fine. We'll defeat them right here.
Juniper!
What are you?
Ask us later.
We'll back you up.
Thank you. I'll fight to the best of my ability as well.
Here we go!
Eyes over here!
You're a little something for you. Thanks! Edge thrust!
Down thrust!
Ground beat!
Enemy's broken away from me. Come here! I got something for you.
Thanks!
Giant swing!
to build it up.
Are you ready, Uni? That will bring them to their knees.
Refreshing, baby. Oh, yeah! You're so much
I know! Feeling good!
Heart center. Press our advantage. Amazing technique. I couldn't keep them in check.
I can help you.
Here and now.
Hammerhead. Overboard.
Come here. I got something for you.
You're a lifesaver.
Guillaume's okay. He's still alive. Thank the flames.
I'm so glad we made it in time. I'm so glad. Again, accept my thanks. We couldn't have done this without you.
Don't worry about it.
I suppose it's strange of me to talk about the laws of nature when I fear losing my friends.
Not at all. Honestly, that seems like the most natural thing of all.
When you told me that you would release us from the flame clock, I thought that if you really were telling the truth, it would make life easier. But at the same time, I began to hate the fact that I was looking for a way out. Looking up at our clock, seeing the life ebbing away, I'd already accepted my fate. And letting go of that status quo, wretched though it was, after so long, I was scared of what might happen if we did.
Juniper.
Noah, your words at the time seemed so appealing to me. I could not destroy the collective efforts that became the colony and everything it represents with my own two hands. But then you said you would destroy it for us. We'd be guilt-free. If that isn't appealing, then what is?
You must have been aware of how tragic it is to simply await death. That's why you invited us, isn't it?
Even now, I'm not afraid of dying. But I hated the idea of losing those I hold dear. When I saw my friend lying there, I remembered what you told me, and for a brief moment, I felt so weak and helpless, yet at the same time I didn't want to let go of my dear friend. So I must have closed myself off. I stopped thinking, closed my eyes and covered my ears. Perhaps I was simply waiting for the inevitable release.
Even so, we have to keep thinking.
That's right. Even if there are things we'd rather not see, we still need to look.
And breaking out of your shell, scrambling in desperation for a way to escape despair. That's not what I call being weak. You've defended this place for so long. Why? Because you're strong. And once you're no longer shackled by the rules of the flame clock, you can accept a different reality. You can become stronger still. I know it.
We can.
You can.
It won't be easy, far from it. But we'll help you.
Juniper, it's your call.
We've made it this far thanks to you.
Yes, I suppose so. If there is a possibility that you can release us from the clock, then please.
And if not, it's not like anything's changed.
Very true. If you can't break it, I can live with that too. Nothing changes without a reason, without a cause. Perhaps this event will teach me to see things in a new light.
Here we go!
I see acceptance is actually surprisingly easy when it comes down to it.
I think it probably is, yeah.
I'm sorry if this seems rude, but could I ask another favor of you?
Sure.
I'd like to learn much more of the world, become a stronger individual. To that end, is there any chance I could accompany you?
What do you say, guys?
We could certainly do with someone of Juniper's caliber.
It'd be reassuring to have you on board. You're very welcome to join.
Is your colony going to be okay, though? Can they get on without you?
Colony Town needs to undergo change too. We need to extend our knowledge and grow. So I'd like you to take me on a trip, somewhere far away, and show me something new.
A journey of discovery, huh? I guess that's another thing we need in order to grow.
Might be an idea to send some of our younger recruits out too. Could be a good lesson.
It's time to breathe new life into our colony. Let us break free from the chains that once bound us.
I guess I'm still hanging about though. Can't have us all gallivanting about the place.
Your consul really doesn't bother to show up, huh?
Even after we broke the flame clock, you think they'd know?
Better this way, if you ask me.
Still, we shouldn't rule out the possibility that they'll make trouble for you.
If something happens, you tell us immediately, okay?
Sure, can do. We'll be counting on you.
Well, we don't have all day. I think it's about time we made tracks, no?
You're right. Time to move then.
Well then, everyone.
Don't worry about us. You know we can handle ourselves.
We'll prove that Colony Tau can be so much more.
Yes, I'm sure it will be.
Off you go then, skedaddle. The colony's staying right here, waiting for your return.
It's a pleasure.
Good to add more names. There's so much choice. Good to add more names.
I'm coming with you.
I see some relations have changed. Is that...
Hey now, I think we could slide down that thing.
We're sliding down!
Woohoo! This gets the blood pumping, eh?
We've so got to do that again!
Let me check. It appears we can pass through here.
Over here!
Thanks!
Come on now!
How about this? Give it up!
I'll end it here! Ah! There!
Let me give you a taste! You won't get away! Give it up! Let me give you a taste! You won't get away! Eat this!
Couldn't keep them in check!
I'll show you! How about it me yet? I can help you! I'm sorry.
Noah!
Eat this! I'll show you! I can help you!
Get moved! How about this?
How about this? Eat this! I'll show you! Give it up!
Out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Kevez and Agnes are both fully mobilized. We'll have to pick them off one at a time. I'll claim the ether here. Time to take the fast way!
Anyone feel like taking a break?
We could do with some food. Definitely feel stronger. A chance to shake off our fatigue.
I just saw you stuffing your cheeks.
The rations should have been divided equally.
Manana walked more than used to today. Tummy was rumbly-grumbly. Not much we can do, though. Not now.
Manana, look, we've still got a ways to go. So you're gonna have to get used to rationing stuff out, okay? Oh, the food's completely gone!
What's up? What's wrong?
What did you say was gone?
I think she was yelling about food.
What? No way. For real?
Friend sure did not just put elsewhere and forget.
Nuh-uh. I'm positive it was right here.
Indeed. I checked it myself before I turned in.
Don't tell me someone scoffed the whole lot.
Ah, no way.
Manana will leave no plate unpolished. That awful, false accusation! Not even Manana ever stooped to such crude, vulgar behavior.
All right, we get it. Just chill out already.
Manana refused to become frosty. This now matter of honor and dignity. For starters.
I know Manana was feeling a bit peckish, but she can't have eaten up the lot.
So who then?
Clearly it wasn't Greek. That guy barely eats at all, right?
Indeed. Riku practice ancient Nippon art of restraint.
Hey, check it.
Manana do not.
A feather? But what kind?
I found tracks here.
Nobody's blaming you here.
These footprints. I think they're Turkin.
Mystery solved then. A Turkin feather.
So, they raided our supplies.
Lands can stop apology. Honor and dignity of Manana left in tatters for a vile and baseless accusation.
Come on, please, lighten up already.
All accusations aside, we're really strapped for food.
Guess we'll have to go foraging.
Before you ate them.
I concur.
Is not foregone.
Luckily, this area is pretty bountiful all in all, so we might not be too hard-pressed.
Well, better get to it.
Right.
Okay.
Anyway, that clearly too much eat. Manana is bottomless pit.
Meh? Well, have Riku know Manana is dignity eater?
Not denying.
Lies and deceit. On this day of days, Manana will have retribution!
Looks like we've got ourselves a runner. Slipped out from the castle.
Is this okay? He could get in touch with Ouroboros. Won't that impact our previous arrangements?
Not to worry. If he does make contact, they'll come.
Really?
Ouroboros are simply like that.
Well, if you say so, we can probably take your word. Right, O?
Certainly. As you say, P, we probably can take his word.
You think you're all that, do ya? And lewd meat is sparking amazing.
Guess we know what's on the menu today, then.
I'll lure them in!
Come here! I got something for you!
Thanks!
Keep piling on the damage! Senna! Love to see it! Couldn't keep them in check! Eyes over here! Wow, thanks!
Hazy fit!
My up hammer!
Pin down!
Go! Pressure advantage!
Ever the pass the weak point!
Smooth as always, Noah.
Unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
I'll lure them in!
Come here! I got something for you!
Thanks!
Enemy! All eyes over here!
Thanks!
Got you!
Uppercut!
Hammerhead! Eat it! Trick frosty now!
Go!
Hey! I'm here!
You're on fire, lad!
Enemy's broken away from me!
Gemini reload!
Come here! I got something for you!
Pressure advantage!
Ever the paragon, Mia. Ground speed! I know! Feeling good!
Let's go! That was over way too soon!
Hear that, Noah? Lance wants something a bit meatier.
Over here!
ring!
Crush out!
Hammerhead! Icon reload! Back! Move it! Butterfly blade!
Hazy fish! Extra!
Alright, things are getting good. Hammerhead! Let's charge!
Appreciate it!
Myopic spree! Hammer! Piling on the damage!
Much relief. Glad Riku had just power frame last night. Should perform 30% better than leading brand.
What's you on about, leading brand? I get that we're weaker than Agnians, so we need this to get on more of an even footing in combat, but...
Friends say but. Why but?
We just need oomph, you know? Like, kapow! Sort of thing.
Sound effects not help comprehension.
Oh, you know. Like that doodad Noah has.
Doodad?
Ujima flip. You know what I mean. Don't make me say it.
What friend want to use for?
Well,
Not on your end by any chance? If so, Riku have to pass.
Oh, come on.
So Riku gets right. Backing up. This plan of Lance, Noah privy to it? Make decision without consult allies? Bad form.
But he's our enemy.
And who decide that? Yoren ever say himself? That he enemy?
He did. I did.
In absence of complete picture?
Well, he's different.
So after meet just once, Lance make up mind?
Then what are we gonna do?
Only thing friends can. Keep moving forward.
How's that gonna solve anything? Should never have asked.
Also, doodad, not that kind of thing.
Hey, should we go check out the other side too?
Oh no! You found us, I guess. You want to tussle? Oh, we can tussle! Huh. I'll lure them in!
Eyes over here!
You're a lifesaver! Crash out!
Reload! Move it!
Hazy fish!
That was spectacular!
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it. Whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
I'll claim the ether here.
Let's stay cautious.
Whoa, visitor!
Come here! I got something for you! Thanks! Go! Extra!
Junie, I'm asking you, please work with me a little.
You what? You're supposed to be following me.
Quite a rare sight.
Whoa, visitor!
Come here! I got something for you! Thanks! Extra! Go! Thanks!
Hazy
Extra! Avenging East!
Hazy fish! That was pretty much what I expected.
I'd say we were moving in sync. Right, Tile?
There wasn't any food here, was there?
Let's make the most of our break, guys. Definitely feel stronger.
charged up and ready to go.
We can't leave it like this.
This is our first time here, isn't it? Good thing we found this. Hey, look! That's a really odd-looking tree.
Meh? Oh, wondrous day! Cannot believe eyes! It's fruit of legend, bright fig!
Bright fig? What's a bright fig when it's at home?
Let me guess. They're stupidly delish.
Oh, guaranteed! Deliciousness is such that friends will be picking up jaws from ground for weeks! Uh-oh.
What's up? Are they rotten or something?
Tragedy strike! These not ripe for plucking yet, let alone eating. If eat now, bitter flavour cause agonising death.
Huh? I don't know. They look tasty enough to me.
Bright fig not good for eating even after full yellow. Still have to wait another year before able to enjoy.
That's too long. Man, so much for that.
Never mind. You can always come back next year. It's legendary, right? You wouldn't want to miss out.
Guess we'll have to.
But, Mio, a year from now?
Even if I might not get to do it. You guys can still have a taste.
Why wouldn't you... Whoa. Love, you gotta stop being so detached about it. You'll just get everyone feeling guilty.
Oh, sorry. Please don't mind me.
Don't mind me, she says. Of course we're gonna mind you, doll. Hey, how can you be so casual about it?
What do you mean, casual? I assure you, I'm not. I'm actually pretty flustered.
You defo don't look it.
If it looks that way to you, well, that's because I shouldn't even be here.
What do you mean?
This life's a gift from a dear friend. It should have been me. I should have died out there that day. So this isn't really me. I'm just living on her time. Maybe that's why.
Somehow, that reminds me of us.
I know. When we're interlinked, I can see a glimpse. Inferno, destruction, land screaming.
Noah's memories. What if bear with me. That friend of yours, she showed up like Yoren.
As an enemy?
As an enemy.
I suppose I'd want to know same as Lance. Simply, why?
Gotcha. I figured.
Why is it that you gave your life for mine? Why? You could have lived longer yourself, Miyabi. Why did you do it?
So her name was Miyabi? Sorry. Guess it's a sensitive subject.
It's funny. I thought I had it all locked down. Thank you. Whatever a reason, I'd accept it. Facts. Whatever the truth may be.
And that's it? No looking back?
While my de facto partner's running full steam ahead. I mean, I can't very well go backwards, can I now?
Your partners now, eh? I suppose you are at that. I wonder, how does he see things?
I think there's more food to find over there. Well, let's go find it.
That smarts. I hope we can make use of this. That smarts.
Hey, that's not your everyday Hey, what's this food you're on about? Did you scoff it all up already?
I guess the go-go's
We couldn't even if we wanted
to.
We've rounded up plenty of ingredients. Looks tasty.
This amount to keep us going for a while.
Hey, that's not your everyday chum.
right then. That should be us good for food now.
Yeah. Looks like that'll last us a little while.
What's wrong, Mio?
Who's there? Come out!
Boliaris!
Yeah, much better. I owe you.
What are you doing over this way? I thought you were going to the castle.
Yeah. No, I went. And this is what I got for my trouble.
So, tell us, what happened?
But why, Your Majesty? Why would you attack Colony 4?
You came into contact with Ouroboros, did you not? I'd call it burning out the contagion.
Contagion?
You're implying we've been contaminated?
Have you not? You've been removed from the protection of the flame clocks. You no longer need to wager your lives in battle.
Who struggles not in life deserves not to live. That is the compact of our nation, and moreover, the truth.
Majesty, my queen.
Yet, to punish you all for fate's machinations would be a misstep. Therefore, I shall grant you a chance.
What must I do?
Eliminate Ouroboros.
You want me to... Noah and the rest?
Naturally, I am cognizant of the fact that the enemy is wily and capable. I have no intention of sending you alone.
Kamaravi! Why are you here?
Ethel. How? But you're not even on the same side.
Entertainment.
Pardon?
Those who have been released from the Flame Clock's sacred indenture cannot be affected by the Mobius Iris. To bring you back under control, I would have to force your rebirth. But that wouldn't be nearly as fun.
The power you two wield surpasses even some of our consuls. I have great hopes for you. Ethel, Kamaravi.
They gave Ethel and Kamaravi new furnaces. They've been made specifically to kill Ouroboros. The tune-up might take a little while. Though, you don't have much time. The two of them are after your heads.
You're sure of this? Really?
That's why I came here. To give you warning. They already know your rough position. That's how I found you in the first place. What's this?
Plans of the castle. They were tuning up my Pharonis when I happened upon them. They include schematics for the Annihilator. Take them and go back to Colony 4.
Commander, you mean?
If they can find us wherever we are, I want to at least secure a way for us to put up a fight. Am I wrong?
But Mom, we can't very well...
Also, about Noah's group. If you happen across them, tell them this. I will use lethal force, yes?
What?
Furthermore, tell them I wish them all the best of luck. I hope they reach their goal.
Commander?
Oh, Ethel. She sounds serious. And still telling us to just keep going?
Well, that's Ethel for you. Hard-headed as they come.
Won't she get into trouble because of you slipping out?
Hardly. I'm just one missing foot soldier. No one's going to pay it any mind.
Huh? But your wounds earlier.
Truth is, air from falling off a cliff on the way here. It was dark as snuff.
Are you tugging my wings?
Well, anyhow, it's nothing for you lot to fret over. This is our problem now. You focus on achieving your objective.
We appreciate it.
But man, why's the commander got to duke it out with you lot, eh? And why was our foe Kamaravi there, the Ashbar? Feels like the whole world's turned on its head. Alrighty, I'm heading back. Got it? You lot scoot on along out of these parts. There's still some time before they're done tweaking. And with you on foot...
We're not running away. Not after all this.
Huh?
I'm staying too. What? Really? That light we saw a while back. If that had come from the Annihilator, even if we were to somehow reach our destination, if it was at the cost of all your lives, it wouldn't be worth it. Surviving like that, I couldn't bear it.
Mimi.
Mia. Boliaris. The castle plans. Can you share them?
Noah, you're not... You wouldn't.
The fact remains, it was us that destroyed your clock. Therefore...
Yes, but that's...
Either way, I think it's clear at least part of the blame lies with us. It's only fair, then, that we destroy this Annihilator. Agreed?
You for real?
I'd be up for a little detour.
Same here.
He did offer us shelter. That creates an obligation.
No way around. Someone here needs to keep friends in line. Count Riku in.
If plan on fighting, we'll need first-rate chef too.
Oh. And that's it. No looking back.
Well, my de facto partner's running full steam ahead. I mean, I can't very well go backwards, can I now?
Oh, fine. Go on then. You wouldn't make it far inside the castle without a proper healer anyway.
Uni.
Thanks, guys. You're the best. I'll head back to Colony 4, in case the shit hits the fan. Good luck then, to all of you.
Yeah, we'll be all right.
Remember, we're up against the castle. Get too close and we may come under fire. What's our plan?
I think we'll be able to manage, as long as we're careful.
Come to think of it, you used to go to the castle for Officer training once a year, right, no?
The Black Fog. Is there much there?
There's actually quite a bit. Around this time, the whole area is shrouded in it. They couldn't find us in that cave in Neil Valley, right?
And you think we can repeat that?
Maybe.
Using the fog to approach is clever, but risky. What if an annihilation event occurs?
You know, I hadn't really given it much thought up until you mentioned it. But, oddly, it hasn't been happening.
Seriously?
I'm not sure why. Behind the castle, there's an ether deposit being mined, in an area facing a lake. The ether being obtained there is then delivered into the castle through a freight entrance.
So that's where we'll get our sneak on.
There won't be anyone in the containers. If we can just get to them, without being spotted...
Then we can get into the castle. Okay, let's assume we do give the guards the slip. What do we do once we're inside the place?
Tyon, the sensors. What was the Colony Force soldiers' search radius with the fog out?
Their scanning range, I'd put in the ballpark of 15 metri.
Look here. In the reserve area, there's a maintenance hatch that leads directly to the outer wall. If we make it through here and get to the main housing, it'll land us in front of the Annihilator.
Less chance of being spotted by troops outside, too.
We can do this.
There's one concern. The castle is the Queen's residence. What if we're found by the consuls?
Then I guess we'll have a fight on our hands. But it's not like we don't have a retreat. Here. In Kevez, after a homecoming, they wash away the belongings of the dead as part of a ritual. It's an understated affair. And the channel they use for it is here. It flows straight out, connecting to the lake outside the castle.
I see. So we open a hatch near the Annihilator, ride the current, and we should come out right at the lake.
More Snuffy and water. Every time we run, why do we always end up getting drenched? I mean, feathers are a bitch to dry.
Every time being our grand total of once.
Well, let's just hope we don't have to fight. That's the ideal case.
That's it then.
Ready whatever supplies you need. Then we can go.
Is this, like, a rare thing?
Don't let your guard down.
Is that rare? I want to see.
Great sword. Talk about conspicuous. Are we getting any closer?
You can never go wrong with some ether. Don't try to stop us!
Never a dull moment, eh? Avenging me! Enemies broken away from me! Come here! I got something for you! Enemies broken away from me! Come here! I got something for you! Not even try!
You're on fire, lad!
Pull me some!
Go, back into the bag! Eat it!
Crush ya!
Take that advantage!
Never the Nothing a bit of teamwork couldn't handle.
Whatever happened to not being careless?
Proceed with caution.
Of all the ways we could meet again, it ends up being this. The irony of it all.
We are bound. That is how I see it.
Bound? That certainly sounds like you. You're talking about...
Fate. I think that is how you would put it.
Fate, you say? Why? Why did you agree? To be reborn?
So you know.
There were rumors that you were imprisoned, that you took the blame for the colony's seizure.
It was only fitting.
Perhaps I should have killed you there and then.
Only through death can our feud be resolved. In a way, I am grateful. Now that I've been blessed with a Feronis and another chance.
Another chance. A Feronis? This is for me?
Absolutely. It's been tailor-made to suit your every need. The same goes for his Feronis. So you better make the most of it, with what life you have left.
Huh?
You've noticed, good girl. I guess they don't call you Silvercoat Ethel for nothing. What a clever thing you are. Those ones are a bit special. They're tied to both yours and Kamaravi's lives. The more the two of you get heated up, the more your power grows. Oh, doesn't that sound sublime? Even though you're released from the struggle of life, your precious life force will connect straight to origin.
showed me their image, but just who are they? They seem like soldiers from Kevis and Agnes. But are they human?
Their hope,
Hope?
dreams, desires, the future. Yes, they are hope personified.
Indeed. They are your hope.
They are everyone's hope. Yes.
I see. And there's only one choice.
Yes, only one.
Good thing we found this. Have to be extra careful not to fall from here.
Ugh, I just want to leg it across and finish this.
Where did we end up now?
Huh? Hear that?
Judging by the trajectory, it must have landed nearby.
There's Kevis Castle. It'll still take a while on foot.
We'll rest here today, then head out at first light.
What a relief. I was worried about the water.
You all right?
Yeah, my hand slipped. Better wash this again. Am I losing feeling?
Tomorrow, we'll finally reach the castle lands. I want us to be at our readiest. We should run one final check of everyone's equipment.
Fine for you, isn't it? All that time you've got. We keep taking this at such a casual pace. Now Sword March seems so distant.
Mia?
What am I even doing? I can't.
You still have 2 months left. If we take care of this now, we can ensure the colony's safety. Just maybe, we can make an ally of people in the castle. It'll make getting to Sword March a bit easier.
Still! It's 2 months. Might as well be nothing.
But you did agree to doing this.
Well, yeah, but I know I did, but
Look, I know it was a snap decision. I understand why you're upset. Let's just take it easy tonight. Take a moment to breathe.
why wouldn't I be upset? Take what easy? We rest today, and tomorrow, before I know it, it'll be time. And then I'll be...
I mean, I get that, but we...
You don't get it! Not at all!
What the spark?
Noah, do you think you're perfect?
Huh? How could I be perfect? I'm just a regular guy.
Right? Even Mimi has her faults. We're only human. The truth is, she's terrified. She needs someone to tell her that everything will be all right. I mean, you. Never seen her like this. Poor Mimi. She actually tells you stuff.
I have seen her thoughts, you know?
No. I'm not talking about any of that. She just needed to vent.
She did?
I'm actually kind of jealous.
Huh?
You're an off-seer, Noah. I thought you were sharper than this.
What's that supposed to...
You better give her a good apology later, you hear? Got it? Promise me that.
Sure.
Yeah, you can count me out for any of that.
Huh? Well, maybe.
Maybe? What do you mean?
Forget it. In any case, it has no bearing on our objective.
Too right. We'll get all this done. The next stop, the city.
Right. For Mio's sake.
First time we've agreed on something, eh?
It is.
Hey.
What's that in aid of?
Do the right thing. Come on.
What? Sorry, but I refuse to debase myself like this.
All right. You be that way.
Manana!
Cannot possibly eat portion of Riku.
Meh! No more snooze. Sun already hang high in sky.
Sorry about last night. I was just feeling the pressure.
I should be sorry. I didn't realize. It must be tough for you, I'm sure.
This, belonged to a friend. We served in the same colony. She was my off-seer partner. Miyabi was her name.
So your off-seers sometimes work in pairs?
Yeah. You know, I was surprised when you joined in and played alongside me back then. Anyway, one day, there was an experiment. And she told me to keep on living. To live life in her stead. To fight on. But the stupid thing is, I was the one who was older than she was.
Now I see. That was...
Say, wanna exchange flutes?
What? But isn't that...
I guess it's a little too icky.
No. I don't care about that. I'm just trying to say...
I just like it to be used a little longer. To make up for the time me Abby lost. You'll still be around after me.
Mio. I get it. All right, it's a trade. You should know. Mine's seen better days too.
Don't worry. I don't really mind either.
Thank you for the chat. I'm kind of surprised.
Surprised?
Even after interlinking, there's still things I don't know about you.
Well, of course. How can you when there are things I don't understand myself? You're not going to pick up on everything.
Gotta put it into words first.
Yeah, but it doesn't always work, even then.
Like last night.
Oh, that. That was me being selfish. But now, I feel like we're starting to get on the same wavelength.
Maybe interlinking just helped that along. To bring us a little closer together.
Maybe, yeah. That might just be it.
Time for a tea break?
We could do with some food.
All right, let's get going. Time's a wasting.
Mimi? I'm sorry I worried you. I'll be okay now.
Wonder what's inside.
Look over there.
Make it through here, and we'll be in sight of the castle.
For Ethel's sake, we have to take care of the Annihilator. And quickly.
Sweet, let's poke around. Hey, that's not your everyday chump.
Wonder what's inside.
Whoa, check this place out.
What's that sound?
Veronis's!
I told you life is short, but I didn't mean it like this. Noah, Mio.
That voice? Ethel? Ethel! But then who's the other one?
That one? It's from Agnes, right?
I recognize the crescent moon crest. Kamaravi's piloting that thing.
Kamaravi. That's him. Ethel's sworn rival.
But why? How did they get them to work together?
Flitting like moths to a flame. En's predictions are nothing to be sniffed at. Gotta hand it to him.
Anyone else want to show up?
En?
I'm afraid this is about as far as you go. Terribly sorry, chums.
I know who he is. He's the consul from Colony Zeta. I remember him from a joint operation. Then I guess this one's meant to be from our side then, is she? Never seen her before.
Probably. So the consuls are colluding as well. Something's really starting to smell.
I concur.
I thought that my message to you was crystal clear.
Yes, we heard you.
That's why we're here.
I thought so. I had a hunch that this would be the path the Ouroboros chose to follow.
I don't suppose you'll step aside for us?
Wishful thinking. Give it up.
Well then, we'll do whatever it takes. For the greater good!
Well spoken. Then I say the same to you.
Offseers from Kevis and Agnes. Fate binds us. I bear none of you ill will, but my way demands we fight. Come then, and test your mettle against my land.
You've got to be joking! Mother, I'm not testing anything against that! What happened to fighting fair?
We won't get anywhere complaining. Ready yourself, Uni.
Ready, he says. From the moment I chose this muddy path, I've been more than ready.
Ha! Oh, I know.
Then what you say it for, arsehole?
Zip it, guys, get ready! They're here!
Name is Kamaravi. Prepare yourself. Can't afford any mistakes. All the way to approach this fight. Use the blinding guard. Good grip.
Yes, sir! Just one!
Know where that came from? How about this? Give us
No getting far!
You to the back! How about this? I'll show you like this! Hey, you want to get away? Let me give you a taste!
I'll end it here!
Are you ready, Union? Nothing going. You should have eat this! Let me give you a taste!
I'll end it here!
I'll find any way to get inside!
The joints. Their sheer power really is something to behold. Noah, Neo.
No good, eh?
Good coordination. I'd be done for if it weren't for this Varonis.
Thanks for the compliment.
Noah. What is it? I think this is the decider. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, we've got this!
Come on, what are they playing at? Am I crazy? We gave them Varonises and everything. They had better not be holding back.
You think they might be underestimating us? Us, of all people.
Listen, Ethel's a lost cause. But Kamaravi, we could use him.
Kamaravi? Oh, I get what you're saying. You know, I forgot we even had that option. Now, see the enemy before you. Use every last ounce of strength and climb them to dust.
What's wrong, Kamaravi?
Look, you can see an enemy right there.
Enemy. That is my enemy. 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 Enemy!
Kamaravi, what's wrong with you? Kamaravi! Oh no. The iris. I knew it. Kamaravi!
I am under no one's yoke!
Kamaravi, you really... your own eye.
I will be as they are. I am free!
Free. You're right. We're free. Free! The two of us!
What are you saying? Ethel, what's...
Attend, Ethel.
Yes! Our dream will not perish!
What the snuff's going on? Are the consoles doing this?
No! This is what they want! Absolutely right, Mia! Ethel! Ever since I met you all, I have admired you!
Admired us?
Your freedom! I bless the fortune I have had in meeting all of you! You have my gratitude!
Gratitude?
This feeling of elation. Liberating. Is it not?
I feel it too, Kamaravi!
What are they fighting each other for? Oh,
I can't believe this. He won't listen to any of my commands.
Ethel! Why in flames do you have to fight each other? We're supposed to be your enemies!
I told you, Noah. Observe. This here is the purpose of my life. Just know, you were the ones who finally opened my eyes.
Stop this! Stop it this instant, Ethel! Kamaravi! In that case...
They're flame clocks!
This is weird. Look at the way the light is moving.
Is that their life force we're seeing?
Have you gone completely insane? You were supposed to kill Ouroboros! So stop this senseless fighting and obliterate those brats! If you don't, I'll take your precious little life and drain it dry.
Did you hear that?
I knew it. So they really can drain their life. Ethel! Kamaravi!
Noah, we have to kill the consuls.
You're right.
okay, Noah. It's over for us now.
That's rubbish! Ethel!
This is wrong! All of this is wrong! There's no reason for you to be fighting each other!
You might not understand now. But someday you will. This is what both of us want.
How can any of this be what you want? You're both gonna die!
What we leave you is more important. All our aspirations, you must keep them in your hearts. You must take them. Make it all mean something. You have to live. You must live on. Here I come! Kamaravi!
Let us cross blades one last time!
Well, didn't they come in handy? What was N thinking, picking those reckless hotheads?
Good grief. Looks like we're just gonna have to wipe out this lot ourselves.
You scumbags!
Fine then. I did expect something like this. Time for plan B. Interlinking. You've been blessed with quite the talent. You feel special? What now? I do hate to burst your bubble, but I'm afraid it's not just an Ouroboros thing. Oh?
I'm ready when you are.
Then, shall we?
Now, feast your eyes.
Do try to curb your disgust, you dirty pleb.
We'll have you know that this is the true form of interlinkage. Yes! The form in which two worlds become one. A far more refined form than this half-assed one you stumbled upon. Look upon us and tremble before perfection. You'll writhe in agony before we...
Mia?
Stop!
Stop?
Stop toying with everyone's lives! What did they ever do to you? Why? All they wanted was their wish to be realized. You turned everything into a game, cast them away like dolls. These are our lives here. They're not some toys you can just play with. Mimi's right. I've got no idea who you truly are, though I hate to admit it. However, I do know one thing. You guys really make my sparks fly. You there, in the back, feeling lonely because you haven't been punched yet? You better enjoy that while it lasts, because I'm about to rearrange both your mugs.
Usually, I'm not one for outward displays of emotion. But not today!
Noah, you better not stop us!
Oh, believe me, I won't. You make me laugh. Us, half-assed. Our conviction has never been stronger. And now, we will show no mercy. By Ethel and Kamaravi's lives, I swear, I'll make you pay!
You Ouroboros brats! Come on, then! This time, you shall tremble before our perfection! I'll make puppets of you! I'm going to find me!
Really felt it!
Yes, you irritating midgets!
Come on now, let's do try! We'll take you both on and send you home in pieces!
Rosen!
Here! What?
I'll show you! You won't get away! Eat this! Eat it now!
I'll end it here! Gather it!
You won't get away! Give it up!
What?
Are you ready, Uni? Let's go, Nova!
No escape!
Give it up! It's not! Hear it now!
Not!
Whoa, where that came from? Hear it now!
No escape!
This, well within the Give it up!
Have you given up?
You won't get away!
I'll end it here!
Give it up! Let's pile on the pressure! Let's turn up the pressure! I need you, Neo! Don't move on! Let us attack! Put out all the stops! All right! Off the clock! More where that came from! This isn't the end! This is the decider!
could they? How are they so strong? Not enough noise! Shut up with your infernal beeping! Don't go telling us our time is up now! We were only just getting to the best part! I'll take these half-breaks and throttle the life out of them! I can still do this! Nothing for it! Go for full interlink! Oh! Better brace yourselves! Cause you're gonna have a hard time stopping this! You're Ouroboros! No wait! You are nothing to Mobius!
Oi, oi! Things are looking pretty snuffed up!
No! Something's strange!
You'll never get away with this! What's up this night? What's happening? What have we done?
The Black Fog! No! The annihilation effect!
What? Are you sure?
No! We have to get away from them! We have to retreat!
We're not gonna make it!
Oh, shit!
Mio!
I'm on it!
Huh? Mio, what are you...
This is it!
It's the only way!
Is it over?
Are we all in one piece?
Yeah. I think I've got all my limbs attached.
Queen's fingers, that was close.
Quite a snap decision there, Noah.
That was Mio's doing. I'm very impressed.
It was easy. I do know how you think.
Noah, can I ask a weird question?
Sure.
In that ceremony, you didn't send them off?
No, today's been a bit much. I'm only human.
I know, right? Well then, that's a relief.
It's wrong. That shouldn't be what gives our lives purpose. Wasn't there a different way? A better one?
Those two fought for their ideal. Something more important than their lives.
Honor? Or pride?
Satisfaction, perhaps? No, that's wrong. Something we can't put into words.
Yeah, but what? Can it really be that important?
I can't say.
Do you think they found it? That something?
Be nice if they did.
You think so? It seems so sad. Sleep well?
Yeah. Well, sort of.
Well, your eyes are red.
Hey, shut up. So what if they are? But I know what I have to do. Everything's so clear now.
Same here.
We'd better hurry. After all, the threat's not gone.
Yeah, that's true.
Hmm?
You surprised me.
You did too. I didn't think you were the sort to take such a stand.
Sometimes we're left with no other choice.
Yeah, I think you're right. Absolutely right. What do we do about Ethel?
When things are settled, we'll let Colony 4 know. It's what she'd want. I'm certain of it.
Yeah, you're right. She'd be happy.
Good place to take a breather. Sounds like a scoop.
Better make sure we're well rested.
All charged up and ready to go.
Good to add more names.
I don't care what this Annihilator thing is. We've got to wreck it.
Oh, believe me, we will.
Where did we end up now?
I wonder, how do you think Ethel felt? Was that really what she wanted?
This is my personal opinion, but life's defined by moments. Your acts define you. I think she found value in that. To achieve something in the limited time left to her. One defining moment was what she chose.
You think Mimi feels the same way?
I gave you my opinion. I'm sure Mio has her own thoughts on the matter. Although, I know she doesn't have that much time left. And hence, my being here now.
So, you've chosen your path.
Until now, I was afraid to take that first step. But now, I can do it.
Man.
You really think they'll come?
They'll come. You can count on it.
Yeah? And then what? If you want to give them a hug, you can count me out of it.
I want to show something to Her Majesty.
Yeah? And what's that then? I mean, she's not even...
She needs to be there to see how hope dies.
What's this about now?
She can see it. Her Majesty occupies the same niche of existence as we do.
Check out what I found! Anything decent in there?
These are worth a bit, right?
Just past that gate, we'll find the Colony 11 garrison. Beyond that is a residential zone. From there, there's a road to the castle's main gate.
Gate penetration would not be easy. Expect huge battle.
Yeah, so we'll take a detour through the hovering reefs to the right and swing around behind the castle. That's where we'll find the ether mine and freight entrance I mentioned.
Understood. We shouldn't be hanging around here for long. Let's make for those reefs, as you called them.
Good. This way. Follow me. This'll lead us round to the back of the castle.
Oh, another place high up. did we end up now? Nice landing. Hey, this one means business.
Watch your footing, guys. Time to take the fast way.
Where did we end up now? Look over there. So much to see, huh? This is something decent, right?
Watch your footing, guys.
What's that device? Looks like it's still usable. Who wants to do the honors?
I think you operate it like so.
I'm on it. That's the way.
I think you operate it like so.
Okay. Of course. Wait for a moment.
We're sliding down!
Whoa, check this place out.
think you operate it like so.
I'm on it. That's the way.
Time to take the fast way.
Never seen this place before.
Oh, very strong.
Never seen this place before. There's plenty of black fog. How come the annihilation thing ain't happening?
I couldn't begin to guess, but I'd say the castle has something to do with it.
Hey, can we take 5?
Good to add more names. What to buy? Let's make the most of our break, guys.
Ugh, let's be off.
There it is. Black fog, too. Few enough numbers to sneak around.
Is Colony 4 gonna be safe, do you think?
They should be okay. We haven't seen the light for a while. I think that's a good sign.
Let's move. The fact that we killed consuls must be old news at this point. Could have made examples of a few people by now.
They ain't expecting us to sneak aboard, though. We've got 'em with their pants down. Let's get in there, mess them up, get out. Bish bash bosh.
Actually, they may have already anticipated our moves.
Nah, mate. Come off it.
Think about it. How would they have known where we'd be? Can't be a coincidence. I mean, sure, it could have been intuition on Ethel's part, but we have to be realistic.
So it's a trap. You want to turn back?
No. We'll go. We can't turn back now. We can't allow their deaths to have been in vain.
So you would entertain the risk?
It does sound bad.
You know, I think I kind of like it.
We're sliding down!
Is that rare? I want to see.
Sweet, let's poke around.
Looks like you were right, Noah. There's a whole bunch of containers here.
A welcome gift for easy sneakings.
Let's go over this again. First, we get to those containers without being spotted. With me so far?
Anyone spots us, we're like ninjas. We take them out quickly and silently.
Once we're inside, we pick the right opportunity to proceed through the hangar. Our goal is here.
The maintenance hatch that leads outside.
From there, we head to outer deck.
Right. Enemy presence should be lower around there. Then we move to the main housing.
Assuming we get there, how do we trash it?
I can brief you on the next steps. After analyzing the data we got from Boliaris, I discovered a flaw in the Annihilator's construction.
A weak point?
Indeed. Here. The weapon is designed to temporarily render the black fog inactive, condense and collect it, then release it in one blast. Our best bet is to destroy the neutralizer assembly from which it draws its power. But it's located in the castle interior. Getting there will be no joke. Once there, we'll need to damage the auto-balancer in the barrel's housing. Most likely, it was built in a hurry. The movable barrel is affixed to this outer ring that you see here. But the ring isn't strong enough to take the barrel's weight or absorb the recoil. That's why the auto-balancer was added after construction, as an afterthought.
So what? We've just got to smash that thing to pieces.
Smash it, and the entire ring begins to fall apart, and the barrel collapses under its own weight.
How strong is the auto-balancer? Not too sturdy?
Nothing Ouroboros can't handle.
So, what's this thing?
That is a refrigeration unit. The barrel needs vast amounts of energy. It would have to be kept cool at all times to keep the energy in check.
I'm surprised it's so huge.
Seems that was built quickly too. It's got both bulk and heft to it. They probably couldn't have made it any smaller.
A rush job, huh?
Okay then. We all good to go?
Yeah. No more taking it easy. Let's make this happen.
Hey now, I think we could slide down that thing. Gotta be all sneaky like around here.
Or we could just punch clean through quick as. You can never go wrong with some ether.
They're on us. Orders?
Come here! I got something for you! Thanks! What a tussle! Oh, we can tussle!
Got your ass, you know!
Enemy's broken away from me! Come here! I got something for you! Thanks for that!
Eyes over here!
Thanks!
Eat it, giant! Go in!
Enemy's broken away from me!
There's a point!
Avenging Hyper Wheel! Crusher! I might want to surrender before we grind you into
Half of it! Amazing! Got me back! Let's not thank you! Hammerhead!
Why? Stopping you, lad! I know! Feeling good!
Hammerhead!
Crusher! Hey! I'm it! You're on fire, lad!
Too easy. Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
I'll claim the ether here. You can never go wrong with some ether.
Getting dark already.
I'll claim the ether here.
harness, I guess.
Come here! I got something for you!
You're a lifesaver.
Enemy's broken away from me!
Eyes over here!
Appreciate it! Come here! I got something for you!
Thanks for the support! No good!
Hazy quick. This should help the odds a little.
Cheers for that!
Stormy scar.
Enemy's broken away from me!
The heat is on.
Now we're in I couldn't keep it inside! I want to surrender! You want some more? Here! Butterfly blade! Build it up!
Time to wait!
My power flows free!
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
You can never go wrong with some ether. I'll claim the ether here. You can never go wrong with some ether. I'll claim the ether here.
There's a whole spark load of ether. You think this is where our colony supply came from too?
This would explain how Keves is able to deploy so many levels.
The transport containers shouldn't be far now.
You think we'll make it? I just hope nobody spots us.
Shall we deal with this?
Come here! I got something for you!
Eyes over here!
You're a lifesaver.
Enemy's broken away from me!
Hammerhead! Overboard!
Come here! I got something for you!
Eyes over here! You didn't disappoint! Couldn't keep them intact! Overboard! Eyes over here! You didn't disappoint! Power flows free!
We can do better yet.
You need me?
Punch your lights out!
We can do this.
I can feel it in my bones! Too easy! Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
I'll claim the ether here. I'll claim the ether here. Guys, get ready to fight. Make this quick.
Smooth as always, Noah. Over here!
Thanks.
Power!
You're a lifesaver.
Got it! Overboard!
That was pretty much what I expected.
I'd say we were moving in sync. Right, Tyon? I'll claim the ether here. You can never go wrong with some ether.
Well, we've been found.
Make this quick!
Smooth as always, Noah.
Come here! I got something for you!
Thanks!
How's that? Eat it! Pull it heel! Butterfly blade!
Hazy figures.
Hammerhead! Extra! Butterfly blade! Really fast! Too easy! Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Wonder what's inside.
Whoa, visitors!
So, where's the maintenance hatch?
It's in the reserve area on the upper level. First, we'll need to take the elevator that can get us up to that floor.
I don't see any guards.
Too foggy for taste of banana.
If we're gonna move, now's the time.
That said, we are indoors. Move fast, but keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah, of course.
It's another thing to see it for yourself, eh?
Looks like colony relations have changed.
Woo! Noah and Tyon's plan went off without a hitch.
Lance, shh. Keep it down.
Better give it a good once-over.
I hope we can make use of this.
You think you're all that, do ya?
You want to tussle? Oh, we can tussle! Come here! I got something for you!
the MVP. You were all thinking it.
I hope we can make use of this.
Topographical info updated.
Guys, get ready to fight!
Eyes over here!
You're a lifesaver.
Hammerhead!
Easy to
Blue heel! Hammerhead! Got you!
Avenging E!
Giant swing!
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall. They're on us. Orders?
Come here! I got something for you!
You're a lifesaver. Ground beat!
Enemy's broken away from me! Come here! I got something for you!
Thanks!
Enemy's broken away from me!
Well done, Senna!
Come here! I got something for
Eyes
you!
over here! Really felt it!
Extra! Avenging E!
Couldn't keep them in check! Eyes over here! Here's your chance!
This is our first time here, isn't it?
Oh, a container. We got time to kick back a little.
A container.
I hope we can make use of this. Let's make the most of our break, guys.
Where to from here? Oh, a container.
Don't try to stop us.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Crush ya!
Eyes over here.
You're a lifesaver.
Big impact. Butterfly flower wings. Wide hammerhead. Hey, you barely
This is
messed
not the
everything up
ultimate.
today. All right,
Extra.
let's get good.
Avenging E! We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
You itching to get wrecked?
I'll keep up the attack.
Smooth as always,
Come here!
Noah.
I got something for you! Enemy's broken away from me!
Hammerhead.
Crush ya!
Come
here!
Eyes
I got
over
something
here.
for you!
Overboard. Keep running on the damage.
So good, huh?
Love to see it. Butterfly flame. Got you. My scream. Come on, you.
Never the parakeet.
Sunset.
We've been spotted. Make this quick!
Come here! I got something for you!
Thanks! Grab it!
Off you go!
Crush you!
Overboard! Butterfly blade!
He's got the extra!
Go!
Right
Nothing a
here!
bit of teamwork couldn't handle.
Whatever happened to not being careless?
Well, we've been found.
Come here! I got something for you!
You're a lifesaver.
Reload! Wide shot!
Ground speed!
Enemy's broken away from me!
Eyes over here! Face back! Move it! Eye up the camera! Hiding on the damage! Center! Love to see it! Extra! Maximum pulse! Hammerhead!
Uppercut!
Reload! Yeah! Feels just like it should!
Let's use this.
Not to worry, just stick to the plan.
I got something for you!
You're a lifesaver.
Uppercut!
Off you go!
Paper! Reload!
Move it! Butterfly blade! Overboard!
Extra! Never the
Got you! That was spectacular!
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Gotta be a toughie, huh?
Now we can follow the route above. That should get us over to the elevator.
Oh no! You found us, I guess.
Extra!
Come here! I got something for you!
Thanks!
Crush you!
Overboard! Hey, that feels pretty good! Senna! Love to see it! Overboard!
Knock it off!
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Shall we deal with this? Make this quick!
Smooth as always.
Come here!
You're a
I got something
lifesaver.
for you!
You're a lifesaver.
Crush you! Uppercut!
Overboard!
Extra!
Butterfly blade!
Wishful thinking it. No, Valdi, you can't go gawp at Levnis's.
What? Are you a mind reader?
Now, we wait. Should be on the far side of this area.
They're on us. Orders? Eyes over here! Got you!
Easy fix.
Butterfly blade! Off you go! I think we might win this! Giant! Let's go advantage!
We're unstoppable with you around,
That
Senna.
was spectacular! I'm the girl with the gall! What kind of place
I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
I don't think we'll run into any issues.
Ground beat! I'll keep breaking up, Senna.
Enemies moving away from me.
Eyes over here!
You're a lifesaver.
Come here! I got something for you!
Who keeps me check? Hammerhead! Eyes over here! Wow, thanks! Keep up the pressure! Hammerhead! Reload!
Why?
Wonder what's inside.
They're on us. Orders? Eyes over here!
You're a lifesaver. Ground beat!
Enemies broken away from me. Uppercut! Come here! I got something for you!
You didn't disappoint!
Guys, get ready to fight. Extra!
Eyes over here!
You're a lifesaver.
Why here?
Hey! I'm here!
You're on fire, lad! Extra!
Cavalry! So back to the back! What's our advantage?
Let's go them!
Wow, I'm a bit
Way
of
too soon.
Hear that, Noah? Let's want something a bit
We've
meatier.
been spotted.
Come here! I got something for you!
You're a lifesaver. Ground beat!
Enemies broken away from me. Enemies broken away from me.
You think you're all that, do ya?
Come here! I got something
hold
for
on.
you. Thanks.
Now the odds are little.
Enemies broken away from me.
Eyes over here!
Perfect time.
Come here! I got something for you.
Right here!
Extra!
Stand back!
Listen up the odds a little.
Eyes over here! Wow, thanks!
You're on fire, lad!
It's locked tight. Gotta be able to unlock it somewhere.
Oh no. You found us, I guess.
Come here! I got something for you.
You're a lifesaver.
Enemies broken away from me. Come here! I got something for you.
Thanks.
Got you!
the max!
Here's somewhere we can kick back.
Wonder what's inside. We could do with some food. Definitely feel stronger.
I'm all refreshed and ready to take on the world.
Better give it a good once over.
Not to worry, just stick to the plan.
Get over here! I got something for you!
Oh, lightsaber!
Big impact! Broken you tired!
Enemy's broken away from me!
Butterfly flip! I'm over here!
You're a lightsaber!
Got you! Right here! Over there! Good thing we found this. Whoa, this is some view. You said it. This journey has certainly taken us to some incredible places.
Riku, see! There is Annihilator.
Bigger than homecoming pudding! That's huge. Think of the firepower. 2 or 3 colonies could, be wiped off the map with one shot of that.
We have to hurry. If it starts moving now.
If the map is correct, the auto-balancer should be in that housing.
That's what we're after, right?
Yeah.
Wrecking that massive thing is gonna be a job and a half.
But smash that auto-balancer, and the whole thing comes down.
It looks even bigger, seeing it up close.
Noah, that's the auto-balancer.
Right. Just like on the map.
Well then, let's get to it. Senna?
My pleasure.
Sorry, pals. Afraid I can't let you do that.
You!
Sup? Been a while, eh?
Mobius! How'd you figure it out?
You lot aren't too bright, are you? Sure, we can't pinpoint your exact position inside all the black fog, but we can get a general idea where you're hanging out. Once we picked up your reading near the castle, we knew. I mean, what, you were just passing through, were you? You'd have to be an idiot to think that.
Uni, what is it?
Nothing. This guy just does my head in, is all.
He very condescending.
I couldn't agree more. Let's shut him up then. Yorin! You're here too.
So that's what you look like.
What do you think? Quite the looker, eh?
I knew it was a trap.
I'm not entirely sure I would say trap, exactly. You'd have to ask N for the details.
So you took down P&O, did you? Not bad at all.
Good riddance, I say. Idiots. I mean, going past the time limit while interlinking. Who does that? Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So that really was it? The time limit? Well, since you lot have already tangled with them, we can make this quick. I'm just glad I won't have to explain this.
Why even explain?
How to?
So, loads better than P&O, right?
Can beat them this time?
Won't know until we try.
Well, what are we gonna try? Bjorn's in there, you know?
Yeah, I noticed.
Noah?
No time to think. For Ethel's sake, we have to destroy the Annihilator!
You won't get away! I'll show you!
Just watch! Get out of it! No escape! Just watch!
I'll show you!
I'll end it here!
Give it up! A fusion of I'll show you! Hear it now!
Come on now! No getting caught!
Give it up!
Really fast it! I'll end it here!
Shut the stuff up! Who do you think you are? Let me take your place!
You're pushing yourself too hard! Are you okay?
I can help you.
No escape! Give it up! Just watch! No! Here we go, Lance! It feels so much better!
You guys ready for this?
Ready to go!
Give it up! I need you, Mio! Unstoppable! Split up and attack it! I'll handle it! All right! I'll pick one! More where that came from! This isn't the end! This is the decider!
going. You won't get away! This. Well, with it. Stay on guard for now.
Come on now!
Eat this! Let me get you. More with that thing!
This is bad, Noah.
I see it!
No, you don't! What you slacking around for? If you don't hurry, the colony's gonna be a pile of ash!
What are you doing?
Behind you, Judy!
Huh? What's the matter, Uni? You're too slow!
Girlie, I think we've met before.
What?
Those eyes. You're afraid, aren't you? Why so scared?
I'll kill you whenever you cross my path.
Let me lead. I'll handle this.
Go! Mondo! You're not hitting me! Ha! Sure of that? What? Fine! Scatter!
We won?
No.
What?
Sorry, I don't think so. You'll have to do something about me first. You'll never win this otherwise.
Well then, we'll just have to take out this!
Mimi, you gotta keep them busy! I'll do that!
What? You thought this was just a fashion choice? These can sense the slightest shifts in the air. Kind of a sensor, really. Even without looking at you, I can tell exactly what you're doing, so you brats better learn fast!
The Annihilator! Judy, what are you? Move! If you won't move, let me.
Tyon.
Or maybe you've realized that the end is nigh. I can read your every movement in the air.
All you're sensing is the area around you.
What's your point?
Well, if I make some distance, looks like you can sense sparkle!
An illusion! Just so. Scatter! Son of a... You did that at the start!
Thought you had my number? You were so into my fear that you didn't notice what changed. And sure, I was scared. But even then, you'll find I'm no quitter. You ain't escaping!
Judy!
Jerry! Split up now!
Got it!
Are they dead?
No. I shot one of my Mondo into their body. I sense it's still there. I'd say it's likely they got away.
That right.
Uni? Have you ever met him before? As in before we became Ouroboros, I mean.
No idea. But I think that something inside me remembers. That guy. And his claws.
Maybe that has to do with Mobius too. Why they exist here in our world.
Well then, I've got to know, don't I? And then I'll break free. And it won't have to feel like I'm suffocating.
Uni.
We can think more later. Right now we should make ourselves scarce.
You're right. We might have destroyed the Annihilator, but we haven't liberated the castle.
Looks like colony relations have changed.
Just guessing, but... Is that the hatch that leads to the channel?
Work with me.
There!
Where did we end up now?
This is our escape route, right?
Yeah. Jump in this channel and we'll pop out in the lake outside.
Good thing we found this.
Great. We can't go on with this thing in the way.
Maybe this channel not connect to outside castle?
Weird. This wasn't on the map.
So where are we at? Right now?
Somewhere here in the mid-level? It's okay. If we go a bit further, we can get back in the channel.
Might as well then. Let's see where this goes.
Yeah.
Do we get on this lift?
I think so. It should take us to the channel's upper level.
What kind of place is this?
Smarts!
Hey, do we want to rest?
Better make sure we're well rested.
All charged up and ready to go.
The channel keeps on going.
Work with me.
Are you sure we're on the right path? Doesn't this feel off?
We followed the right route. According to Boliaris' data, we should be...
Everything here looks so sumptuous and lavish.
Wait. It's the right path, but we shouldn't be here.
What do you mean? Why shouldn't we?
I should have known.
This place. I saw an image of it in training.
Oh, shit, we gotta go.
Noah, is this where I think it is?
Yeah. The throne room.
This is not just bad place. This worstest place, heart of enemy base.
We haven't been noticed yet. Let's get out of here, now.
Good idea.
What are you doing? We have to go.
Noah, what are you playing at? Come on!
Is this?
Yeah. I barely remember it. But yeah. place where we were born.
Spark. This is creepy. Were we ever like that?
My skin's crawling. Please, can we leave?
All those people, do you think they're sleeping? Or maybe they're...
Wait, is that... It is her.
What?
Ethel!
Huh?
That's crazy. How can it be Ethel?
Well, it sure looks like her. But this is definitely a first-termer.
No, it really is Ethel. From when we first met her.
Yeah, no mistake.
What do you mean when you first met?
What in the spark is this?
This is what they taught us, right? That our lives are born from the Queen.
You are as well.
Huh? Same for you guys.
We soldiers are born from the Queen. We fight, and then...
To the Queen you return.
The Queen?
Melia.
That's the... Queen of Kevas. Melia.
You have returned, my beloved soldiers.
A consul.
Ouroboros rabble. You dare to intrude on the presence of Her Majesty, Melia Antiqua.
There's a golden consul?
What is this guy?
He's not like the other consuls we've met. Mio, be careful. Mio!
Sorry.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Don't worry. I'm okay. I know him. But from where?
What is this sensation?
I have endeavored, for countless years, to protect and shelter Kevis under my aegis. And now you seek to bring ruin to this world. This grieves me.
Come off it! How are we bringing ruin to anything?
You seek to deny it. Think upon your actions. Have you, or have you not, destroyed colony flame clocks?
We didn't have any choice.
No choice. Indeed. I assume then, you had no choice but to collude with our sworn enemy.
That's why you've been trying to wipe us out! Both us and Ethel's Colony 4!
Verily it is said, Ouroboros abhor this world. You must be erased, lest this world be destroyed.
We don't abhor anything. Do you realize how many battles we've fought and won for Keves? We've served you our whole lives, and now this bollocks!
Your Majesty, please!
You say you fight for Kevis, that you've served us. Are you certain? Rather, it seems, you have been fighting for yourselves and none other. You cling to life in your desperation. That is why you have fought. Unchecked, Ouroboros will lead this world to ruin. Now, by my authority, you shall perish.
So, that's it. That's your verdict, then?
It is not Her Majesty's verdict. 'Tis the will of the world.
It's what?
Indeed. The security of this world is paramount. Therefore, Ouroboros, the end is nigh, for you shall die by my hand. I, Melia and Dora, shall face you in mortal combat. It won't work.
How about this? Eat it! I'll execute you!
May the earth swallow you.
Where that came from?
Just one!
May the earth swallow you. Open, render asunder.
I'll end it here!
Let me get you a text!
May the earth swallow you.
Just one! How about this?
Render asunder.
Fusion of our strength!
I'll end it here!
Flame.
More where that came from!
Come on now!
Open, render asunder. May the earth swallow you.
I'll end it here! Get going!
Open, render asunder.
Fusion of our strength! I'll show you!
Just one!
May the earth swallow you.
Something!
Here and now! Give it up! Time to win out the big gun!
May the earth swallow you.
Fusion of pressure! Let's turn up the pressure! Unstoppable! You won't get away! Let up and attack it! I'll handle it! All right! I'll take one! More where that came from! This isn't the end! This is the decider! You're finished!
Leave it to us! Quick! Everyone get ready!
I'll take one! More where that came from!
I'm on your heel! Now to finish it up! Got you now! Keep your breathing!
Strike through! Upon this sword, I fight We are excellent above you! You won't get away! Give it up!
What the snap is that? Stupid ball of light thing! It's stopping our attacks in their tracks! Senna!
Mio!
Sorry. Lost my focus. How's Senna?
right then. Noah, you crazy! That's the Queen! I know, but we have to. Even so...
Noah!
What? What's she? Her Majesty is a... machine!
Spark off!
You serious?
Was that your doing, Queen? You haven't given up your false hope. Very well. By all means, look on. Witness how hollow your hope rings as I slice it all to ribbons.
What? Again? Blast it! Why does he make my head hurt?
Noah! What's wrong? We're not done yet! Take up your blade!
What's going on? Are you okay?
It is fate.
Fate?
Many have tried, but none have ever managed to escape its flow.
Wait, that sword. How does he...
What now?
Lord High Consul! The Lost Numbers are attacking!
The Lost Numbers?
Wait, those Levnesses.
Yeah, we've seen one before. Gotta be!
Noah, let's book it! Yes, they won't be attacking the colony now. There's no point in our being here anymore. You're right. Still... Noah! All right.
The passage of fate. How easily it slips from my grasp. Yet, perhaps, it will come within reach once more.
And if it does, what will you do then?
Need you ask? I will give us equilibrium. A time unchanging. Our eternity.
Time bears down on us without mercy. How should we live the days that we have left? What should we spend them on? We saw one possible answer to those questions. But we cannot accept it. Not even as a last resort. After all, it was the only path that was offered to those two. We should all be free to choose our own way. That's our belief. That's why we fight.
You gonna hit something or not?
Huh?
What use is swinging that slab if you ain't gonna swing it at one of the actual targets?
But I'm just practicing.
Say, why a hammer? This looks more your style.
Totally.
Right.
Whoa. Whoa! Spark me silly. She beat 5 8-termers in a row.
Neo, eh? She that off-seer?
Yeah, she should be the one heading to the front lines, not us.
Nice one, Mimi! That was awesome! Poor 8th-termers. You mopped the floor with them.
Thank you, Senna. Hang on. Where's Miyabi?
Oh, Miyabi? The commander and consul wanted to see her in command.
Oh, okay. Hey, fancy a bite?
Sure. I'm a bit peckish.
It's a bit early, I suppose.
No, I'm ready if you are.
Huh? I was under the impression that you didn't like fish.
Huh? That is true. But can't be too picky. My muscles need protein, you know?
Hey, Senna. There's no need for this.
Huh?
Just be yourself. You know you don't have to do what I do, right?
No, that's not...
Senna.
Sorry.
Come on. You say that too often. You've nothing to apologize for, Senna.
Okay.
Eat what you enjoy. Never stop being you. Okay?
think that should be far enough.
Did I do good out there?
What was that?
Huh? What's that? Did I say something?
I mean, you just said something about doing good or whatever?
Ha! That's funny. Must have just slipped out.
You seem so lonely.
Huh?
At training, in camp, at night. She's always got friends right by her. But why does it seem like she's all alone? How come?
So that's the way you see me, huh? A loner?
Senna.
I was hoping more plucky heroine girl or one-track musclehead. That's more what I kind of shoot for.
Now look.
Oh, no, you don't. I think you're just being nosy.
Senna, please.
I'm fine. Really. Don't worry about me.
Is that a supply drop?
Don't try to stop us!
Watch over now! Way out of your way! I got Senna! Love to see it!
You're a lifesaver! No stopping you, lad!
Go, got to my back! Eat it! Overboard!
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
Up ahead is the Cadencia region. We'll be at the base of the Great Sword before too long.
Finally.
Such is the officer's duty. Don't try to stop us!
Leave it to me.
and I've been crying by then. Eyes over here!
Enemy's broken away from me! Round 3! Stormy start!
Who's coming up? I'm defending this. Eyes over
Broken
here!
away from me! Perfect touch. Hazy fix! Enemy's broken away from me!
Eyes over here! Crash this! I'm good at this whole weird business. Wow, this!
Surrender! Christ, you pieces off!
You want some more?
Round speed!
What's this?
Go! Why?
Exactly what we need, Valkyrie!
Feel that? Oh, yeah!
Things are building up! Amazing! Hammerhead! Butterfly blade! Overfall!
Hey! I'm here! You're a fireman! Avenging Eagle!
Maximum focus! Butterfly blade!
I'm here! The heat is up!
Now we're in the swing of things! Uppercut!
Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own. Here we are. The supply drop.
Oh no. They found us, I guess.
Extra uppercut! Enemy's broken away from me! Crush out! Come here!
Thanks, Mac! Butterfly blade!
Avenging Eagle!
Gemini hammer! Heal!
You're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
I'll need a hand here.
Okay.
We're almost there.
This is new.
Finally.
The place of hope. Like that man said.
Do you think this city thing's really real?
I'm starting to get butterflies.
Good place to take a breather.
Better make sure we're well rested.
Let's move out. Something so valuable here.
What's that? Sweet, let's poke around.
Oh, well, aren't you a ginormous sparker?
Whoa, where's the top?
We finally made it, huh?
Quite.
Let's get to the base of the sword. Guernica told us to come here. There has to be something.
Be on your guard, yeah? Because we've really been pushing our luck lately.
Whoa, that's one for the books.
Shut up.
Lance is right, though. Keep your eyes peeled.
It's another thing to see it for yourself, eh?
What's wrong? Mio?
I hear a strange sound.
Sound?
What is that noise?
Something's wrong here. Noah!
What the? Who are they?
Those Levnesses. They're the ones that attacked the castle.
Yes, no question.
Which means...
Sheathe your weapons. We're not looking for a fight.
What the?
We are the Lost Numbers, sworn enemies of Mobius.
What?
There are others standing against Mobius.
The name's Monica. Monica Vandam. The man who entrusted Ouroboros to you. I'm his daughter.
Daughter?
You know Guernica?
You're headed for the city, ain't ya?
How do you...
That's our base of operations. Come on.
What?
Shania, take point.
Yeah, all right. Stay close.
Good to add more names. Monica, can I ask you something?
Just keep following Shania, will you? We'll talk more later.
So much to see, huh?
Topographical info updated. What a brilliant contraption. No wonder nobody's ever found it.
You'd better save some of that surprise.
This place was inside the Great Sword all along?
Save a bit of surprise, I said.
This is our first time here, isn't it?
So, Guernica, that's that wrinkly guy. Back then.
Yeah.
You said you were his daughter. What's that mean?
I completely forgot. You don't understand the concept of parenthood. I'll explain later.
Later meaning in the city?
That's where the elevator's taking us. You'll be needing those eye patches now.
And what for?
Those put a spanner in Mobius's recon.
Mobius's?
When you become Ouroboros, your irises change. And they start emitting a weak radio signal. And so, we're blocking that signal.
With these things? What about yours? Are you Ouroboros too?
We'll go with that.
Sorry?
You see, we're bound by Ouroboros blood.
Just what are you?
We're so high up!
What a view! I've never seen anything like it.
Certainly takes your breath away.
Can you save your observations for later? Come on!
It's digging up ore.
Something so valuable here.
Kevis Castle's got nothing on this dizzying height.
You're telling me. Just looking down makes me feel faint. My head kind of hurts.
Ah, yeah. That happens when you gain altitude fast. Don't worry, it'll subside.
Entrance is up ahead.
Okay, I'll say what everyone's thinking. This is all sparking amazing!
This is the city.
It sure took us long enough. We shouldn't relax just yet, though.
Why the spark not?
We don't even know if they're really our allies yet. We can't get complacent.
Still on guard, huh?
Unlike some of you daydreamers, yes.
I'd like to believe them. Their eyes. They look the same as his.
They said they opposed Mobius, didn't they? It should be okay then, to trust them.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. Gotcha.
Bloody sparks. Why do I bother?
Thank you, Tyon, for looking out for us.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. I'll follow your lead. But please, stay vigilant.
Of course we will. More colonies added.
It's bigger than half a dozen colonies.
Are there really so many people? This is beyond anything we could have imagined.
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros, yeah.
So they're Ouroboros?
And they're from Kevis and Agnes.
But they're just a bunch of kids.
Watch yourselves.
There could be secret spies. It's over. This place will be a war zone.
They're all whispering about us.
I feel we're not exactly welcome here.
Uninvited guests, one might say.
They're the ones who led us here.
Oh, hey! Doesn't she look similar to the Mobius we fought at Colony 4?
It's true. Wrinkly prune faces abound here.
Manana spy tiny people too! It's whole undiscovered race!
No. They must be humans just like us.
So you're Ouroboros, eh?
Huh?
You've got what, 1 or 2 years left? Some hope you are.
Don't know why Van Dam wasted that power on you. What was he thinking?
What's your problem? Mind your manners.
Let me introduce you. These were our Ouroboros candidates. They trained relentlessly to fight against Mobius. Each and every one of them. That includes Shania there.
Candidates?
You happy that you stole Ouroboros from us?
All right, that's enough. Whatever the reason, the old man did choose them. To be fair, they have gone against quite a few Mobius already. They're the real thing, all right. You heard Shania's reports.
What reports?
I had her monitor your actions with extreme scrutiny. All the way from the valley.
Huh?
Since way back then?
Together, we are united in our cause.
Miss Vanden.
All right then.
Please, it's not their fault. They're not a bad lot, really.
That's easy for you to say.
Well, that was awkward as all ash.
Good to add more names.
I'll introduce you to them another time.
All right.
You said that you were monitoring us earlier. So is that why you stormed the castle?
After the Ouroboros stone activated, Shania relayed the info straight back to us. So I'd been looking for a chance to contact you.
Oh, really?
We reckoned that you would just head straight here. What we did not expect was for you to dive straight into the heart of the enemy's base.
Ah.
I was flipping out. Your actions were so reckless. I started to wonder if our saviors were just a bunch of raving lunatics. It kind of looked that way.
That's a little too harsh.
Sorry. Poor choice of words. How about hotheads?
Yeah, that's not a lot better.
Still, it helped us complete one of our primary objectives. Securing a number of growth modules.
What are those?
I'll show you. You'll find it quite interesting. It's the very reason why we fight.
Good to add more names. Now I know how you guys felt in Colony 4.
Right? At least they warmed up to us eventually. Maybe it'll be the same here.
So that girl was keeping an eye on us. Did you notice, Mimi?
Nope. She didn't so much as make my ears twitch.
I see some relations have changed.
We're now more or less above the sword's hilt guard. Even this place was once ravaged by war. By Kevis and Agnes.
Has the war really spread this far?
There's even more. More husks underneath.
Thanks.
This right here is what the world is really like. Designed to keep us shackled.
Keep us shackled? I see some relations have changed.
Hey, Noah. You know that pile of husks earlier? You aren't thinking about sending those on, are you?
Aren't those...
Cradles.
Your so-called cradles are the growth modules that birthed you. You were conscripted from birth, trained to kill one another ruthlessly and steal each other's life. That life energy pours into the flame clocks, becoming the fuel that feeds Mobius. In order for Mobius to exist, they must continue to claim life energy. And these cradles right here, they're used to recycle your lives.
Ethel.
Yeah. You live your lives in servitude so that Mobius can exist. And even in death, there's no release. You'll just keep getting recycled.
No way.
There's your shackles. Soldiers bound by Mobius's shackles are destined only for mutual destruction. Those who lose their lives in battle, they're reborn anew. They wake from a castle cradle, a blank slate without a scrap of their former memories.
Wait, then that husk I saw...
But if we keep your lives bound to the bodies, as we're doing here, they're of no use to them. This way, we can whittle away at their power.
So you've been doing this over and over again, then?
That's right. You don't want to know for how long, believe me. And yet, the price we pay to take down just a handful of Mobius is immeasurable. The city's residents, we're all descendants of the first Ouroboros.
The first Ouroboros?
What's a descendant?
Right. That's not a word you'd have any use for either, I suppose. Better to see for yourselves. Come, I'll show you.
I see some relations have changed.
So we're born to fight, and then we die. Over and over and over.
I can hardly believe it, but it was Ethel, without a doubt.
Where are we?
This is a maternity ward.
Maternity?
Doctor, may I?
It's so small.
It's a little person.
It's so teensy tiny, but it move.
Much rejoicing!
It's okay to touch her. Gently now.
She's so warm.
Place one finger in her palm.
Hey, Sana! Look at this! You need to try it too!
Oh.
Whoa, you're right. Mimi, it's incredible.
Let me have a turn. What? This is incredible, Senna.
Funny, right? But this is human beings' true nature. If you want the ins and outs, go and ask the doctor.
All right then, lads and lasses. Who wants to know how babies are made? Well, you're in for a surprise. Buckle up!
This is how it should be. This is human nature. We are born defenseless, grow up. Then those who find a spouse create new life together, age, then return to the earth. Thank you. I mean it.
Monica, what was that word you used? Spouse?
A partner in romance. The feeling of having someone very precious to you. That'd be one way of putting it. You'll understand too someday. Or it might be that you already do.
Taion, look.
It looks the same as the one before.
Who are they?
The first Ouroboros. The founders, we call them.
The first Ouroboros?
That one. She looks a bit like Mimi.
Look at this. He's got Noah's chin.
And the others don't look like anyone.
Tell us about them.
Long, long ago, they gained the power of Ouroboros. It let them match Mobius blow for blow. The city folk you see here, we're all descended from them.
Bound by their blood?
It was the queens, so they say. Kevis and Agnes. Their powers united created Ouroboros. Ouroboros are the only ones that can take down a Mobius. Although there can only be 6 Ouroboros alive at one time. By activating the stone's cage here, those with aptitude can become Ouroboros.
Only 6? Why so few of them? I get it. That's why they got so upset.
Finally clicked? There's only so many seats and stones. The one that my father was moving, it took a long time to be found.
Think I'm finally getting the gist of this whole Ouroboros deal. But the queens?
Not those sham figureheads in the castles. The real queens.
Yes, real queens. I knew that soulless piece of clockwork junk wasn't the real deal.
Does that mean our queen is false too?
We're still trying to pinpoint the true queens. They're out there somewhere, sleeping.
What for?
Why else? To take our world back from Mobius and set things to rights. The true queens will help us there.
Hang on a bleeding second. Ouroboros were born, like, generations ago, right? But you said the queens are sleeping. Are they humans who can even live that long?
Now that I don't know too much about.
Then what do you know?
Well, the legend goes that both of the queens, their lifespans are supposed to be incomparably longer than ours.
And you're pinning your hopes on that?
At the moment, that's about all we can do.
All right. So, when the world is back to rights, then what?
The people you've seen here, the way they live their lives, that could be everyone. Babies, children, adults, the old, they're all a part of nature's cycle.
And that would go for us too?
There'll be more to life than just fighting to survive. We'll weave the tale that we were always meant to tell.
Don't give up. 10 years? You kids deserve better. The only thing that can change all this is the will of Ouroboros. You kids and your low.
Though, some of us around here still ain't too keen on the idea.
What?
So, those people from before?
They're happy living in the moment. As long as they can hide away and cover their eyes, they don't give a damn about the rest.
So our lives mean nothing to them?
If they can't see or hear you, then as far as they're concerned, you don't even exist.
Closing their eyes to what's in front of them.
A lot of folks here think that way.
But that's just like Mobius. Then the only difference is whether or not they benefit directly.
You catch on quick. I can see why my dad chose you guys. But the will of the Founders, it lives on in us warriors. Mobius can't reign forever. If we can continue freeing young folk like you, maybe life can get back to how it should be. That would be best for all of us.
For sure. I'm with you. I think we'd have to be lunatics not to believe you, after what you've shown us.
I believe it too. Seeing how you live your lives, it made me feel really envious. Feeling that warmth, part of nature's cycle. We need to protect that. I agree. It was so precious.
Looks like colony relations have changed.
Man, I think I need some time to process all this.
Yeah. Quite a weight to carry. Absorbing all this in one go.
I'm coming with you.
N, you say?
You know him?
I know of him, definitely. He's been a real thorn in the city's side.
Sounds rough.
He slaughtered many of my people in cold blood.
Huh.
Why bring him up?
Well, no reason.
Hmm?
What's wrong? Is it something Monica said? Is there a problem?
No. Don't worry about it. It's just a passing thought.
Yeah? Oh, I got some news earlier. We're not sleeping in tomorrow. Our briefing starts early. Get some rest while you can.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Okay. Good night.
Yeah. Night. Good to add more names. Better make sure we're well rested. Definitely feel stronger.
Break time's over. the levenesses that eye patch folks use.
Good to add more names. 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 There's so much choice. What to buy? It's a good feeling, isn't it?
think we can take that elevator down to the war room.
Been a while since my last war council. Hope this isn't one of the boring ones.
Okay then. Sneaking into Agnes Castle, huh?
Seems we won't be catching a break anytime soon.
So this person who knows where the true queens are... who was it again?
You're looking for Gondor.
Ah, that's right. So then, we've just got to find this Gondor, break him out of the prison camp and get the spark out of there.
Luckily, they don't kill us immediately after we've been captured. We're held beneath the castle, in a detention facility.
To perform forced labor?
There's that as well. But mostly, it's to set an example.
Example?
On the day of an eclipse, once a year, they hold a mass execution of prisoners at Hope's Rest, a hill on the castle's south edge. The whole event gets projected, high into the sky.
Oh no. So that's what you meant?
It's to show us we're powerless.
And the place they do this is Hope's Rest. What kind of sick joke is that?
The next eclipse falls about a month from now. So that's our deadline for what we've got to do. Contact the prisoner and get the intel on the queens.
A month.
Mio.
Well, no two ways about it. We better get started now.
Yeah, and we better hurry. We can't waste a single day.
Let's say we make it in without a hitch. Won't the you-know-what give us away?
Uni, I don't think we do know.
The red glowing Mobius eye thing.
Oh, that.
Those eye patches I gave you? There's a special alloy embedded in them. Long as you got that, you'll be near invisible. Slip clean under their noses.
And after we've got the info, how do we get out?
You've put the Kavesi Annihilator out of commission. I'm sure you'll think of something.
Even if we get out, what about your lot?
You don't need to worry about them. They knew the risk.
That doesn't make it okay.
Yeah, well, that's how we do things.
But still.
I'll tell you too. Be prepared to make sacrifices.
All right. However, only as our absolute last resort. Is that fair?
That's awfully kind of you. But kind doesn't win wars. There's a Nopon called Samon in engineering. He'll be able to find you a way into the castle. Get the details from him.
I see some relations have changed. Now, we wait.
Sweet, let's poke around. Oh, a container.
Good to add more names. Good to add more names. Good to add more names.
According to Mr. Salmon, Timna's place should be around here.
Do you really think she can come up with 300 ether cylinders?
Check it out. Bullets digging a hole.
Let's use this.
So cold. Whose bright idea was it to put a warehouse in the arse end of nowhere?
They must have wanted it somewhere that's hard to reach. Not that info didn't leak anyway.
Wonder what's inside.
Whoa, what's with that one?
I hope we can make use of this.
Good thing we found this.
Good to add more names. You're a lifesaver, boy. You're a lifesaver. Enemy's broken away from me. Come here. I got something for you. Appreciate it.
Cool keep in check. Eyes over here.
Extra.
My upper toilet. Wow, thanks. Can't keep hanging on to me. Yeah. I'm way out of your league. Get you, Leo.
Round
Let's go. I'm fit to burn. Pretty strong now.
I'm not field on how to cut your lights out. Extra.
Run.
Keep it up, Senna. Avenging evil. You're on fire, lad.
Crazy strong now.
We should be done with the ether cylinders now. Let's get back to Mr. Salmon.
A ship, huh? I'm on board for...
Is that, wonder if there's another way somewhere.
Whoa, check this place out.
Job well done. Salmon pull all-nighter to install. Expect to be shipshape by tomorrow morning.
That soon?
Salmon never flounder. Always get job done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you not necessary. Salmon is fixer-upperer by trade.
What's that?
Ah, this is ultimate vessel.
Ultimate vessel?
That right. Even Vortexing Raging Great Sea not slow advance. It'd go down in history as queen of boats. Still work in progress, but sure to bring to fruition someday. It's someone's dream.
Wow. We're quite well traveled by now, huh?
There! All done.
Wow! Amazing!
Okay, I'll bag you the next one. I even brought the materials and stuff. Make me something mega cool, yeah?
Sure. What kind of blade do you want? Sword? Gun? Fists? Okie dokie.
Hey. If we didn't have to fight each other, you think that could have been Yoren?
Yoren, did you ditch training again just to work on this stuff?
Did not. I'm not skiving. I just had a bad headache. I gave notice too.
Excuse me? No one did that for you, right?
Yeah, I'm used to doing it.
Okay, it's done.
Hold on. Is that...
Who's that? Lance?
This one's Uni, and this is Noah.
Hey! That looks just like me. Good job, matey.
Huh?
I love it, Yoren.
Yeah?
Yeah. We don't have your talent. All we can do is slash and shoot each other. But you create things.
Hey, so who's this? We know someone like that?
Looks like a real tough fella.
That's... it's me.
What?
This is you.
It looks nothing like you.
Yeah, but, like, that's what I want to end up like, someday. Silly, huh?
It's not silly. I believe in you. I've seen exactly what you can do.
You think he's got what it takes? You're talking out your bum.
No, I'm not. He can do it. Right, Yoren?
I'll try then. I'll try really hard.
He looked up to me, man. Smiling.
Sometimes it's hard to judge, huh? What we're supposed to be protecting. It all gets a bit blurry.
Yeah.
Even so, his smile was the real thing. We should cherish that. Next time we'll think twice about who really needs punching.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
So you saw it?
Huh?
Your husk. Your own lifeless husk. You've come across it?
How did you...
Your eyes. You looked like you were gazing into your own past.
That's crazy. Live long enough and you learn how to figure out stuff like that.
Oh, it hasn't been as long as you think. But folk do tell me I'm pretty sharp.
No. How come you don't wake these guys up? Can you use the help? Or is it because they'd just be Mobius fodder?
They can't be fodder. If we wake them up here, they'll be freed from the shackles of the flame clock.
So why then?
Because this is our fight. We don't know how long it'll take. and their lives are short.
So you don't want to get them mixed up in everything?
That's one reason.
And the other?
People need to learn who they really are, what they have to leave behind for posterity. I want them to wake up in a world that affords them that chance.
How do we discover who we really are?
Back from the husk.
Yeah.
You won't find yourself there.
Huh?
You've got to look to the present and the future only. The one in the past, it isn't you. You didn't make that, and it's not yours.
Make that?
But look to the future, and you can build yourself up however you like. You can become whoever you want to be.
I can?
You've got the power to do so. Be true to yourself.
Thank you. That's...
Well, that's what my dad always said.
Your dad?
But it goes for you, too.
True to myself. We'll see.
Really? Did you seriously just burn your tongue again?
You saw that.
Well, your soup is one of the highlights of my day.
Really? Whoa, thanks. I'm flattered.
It was just the truth.
Want some to taste test?
For real. Good thing I got off early. You enjoy cooking?
Oh, it's been drilled into me. It's a ritual now. Can't really start the day without making a pot.
I get you. 2 months, huh? Since that battle.
Yeah.
You're tough. No joke.
Eh?
We heard from uni that you're just like us.
Oh, that part.
I've been plodding along, playing it all cool. But when we saw him again, I thought, nah, snuff all of this.
I'm scared too. Just so you know. Since Monica told us the whole truth, I've hoped... No. I'm sure I'll see Miyabi again. I'm so sure of it.
Hard, wasn't it? Hearing that.
Yeah. But it sure beats ignorance.
That's what Noah thinks too. You're hard as nails.
What we don't know might as well not exist. It's an obvious way to think, but it isn't right. Closing my eyes doesn't mean evil disappears.
And so, you go on?
Yeah, I'll keep going. While my flame still flickers to the bitter end. With all of you.
You said it.
container. Doesn't look like we can go through here.
Come on, let's hop on the boundary.
You bet. Hey, Tyon. You doing all right there?
I'm a little worn out, but you don't need to worry about me.
I hope we can make use of this.
Oh, that's a rare one. So she was all alone out here.
Acting alone is better for intelligence gathering and makes it easier to hide. It may have been a strategic decision.
It's gorgeous. I can hardly believe my eyes. Is this real?
We don't wage many battles at sea, so makes sense the seas would be relatively untouched.
Aha.
When people do die at sea, it's usually due to their Phoronis sinking. They drown. It's hard to draw out their life with a blade. Putting it that way, I guess it's kinda obvious, huh?
A little ironic that that's why it still looks so pristine.
The other half of my reason.
Oh, are we talking about that now?
About why I'm here, yes. Right? I told you there was a second half.
Hmm?
It's you, Mio.
Me? What do you...
You want to leave an impression on all of us and the world, don't you? I can only hazard a guess at what you'd want it to be. And even then, I'm not confident I'd guess right. But let me just say this. You've only got a little over a month left. We can't change that fact. It doesn't give you much time to leave your mark. If there were anything I could do to give you time, if it were in my power, I would. Not just me. Senna too. And Noah. We all think that way. Mio?
Sparks. You're making me tear up here, man.
Oh, sorry. That wasn't my intention.
No, thank you. Nimue doing.
Huh?
You were even being nice to Uni. Stuff like that.
Oh. Oh, really? I'd never even thought about it.
Let's give thanks if we ever see one of those trees of hers.
A Sophronia? Right. I think that's a great idea.
somewhere we can kick back.
Better make sure we're well rested.
I'm all refreshed and ready to take on the
I
world.
see some relations have changed.
This must be Corn Island, the place Kasame told us about.
We'll sneak around the island and head for the opposite side. That'll be where Agnians keep the transport.
Let's try to sneak in quietly. We don't want to be found by the Agnians.
So, Ouroboros does training as well, huh?
You're...
Shania. Shania Reed. About your rescue mission. Gondor and I are friends from the crib.
I don't know that word, crib. Does it mean you've known each other for a while?
I guess you don't use that expression, huh? Why even use words? Feels like we're just talking at cross purposes.
Sorry about that.
Know what? Forget it. Well, gonna answer my question?
You mean about training?
Yeah.
That's the thing. Mimi and the others are doing their best. I need to as well. Anything to help me get an edge. So...
Mimi, is it? That's what you call her? The one with the long ears?
Yeah. We've always been in the same colony.
You're friends?
That might be saying a lot. She's kinda like my role model. She's strong, kind, mega dependable. You're... Senna, right? Huh? Oh, it's... You are... I'm Mio, third term. We haven't met before, have we? Oh, I'm sorry. Your name totally slipped my mind. But I don't think we've talked before. You know, I was just looking for a training partner. For the trial? I like to think I'm pretty quick on my feet, but I'm not really strong enough. Our captain said you would make a good addition, and that you're super strong.
He's exaggerating. I'm totally average, totally.
Wanna try? Teaming up? With you? You sure? I'm a nobody. Sure, I'm sure. I'm literally asking you right now. It's your choice. Well, if you really don't mind, sure. Really? Golden? We're a team then? Thank you.
Role model.
She's the one who's kept me going. I wouldn't be here otherwise. And after meeting you guys, now I understand what life's really all about. A part of nature's cycle. I'd never even thought about it before, but it's pretty amazing, huh?
How is it natural?
Huh?
Why should we swing our blades around without a hope of winning? Better to die and be born again inside their cycle. Just pulling your leg. Caught you off guard?
Well, yeah, you kinda did. How'd you expect me to react to that?
Hey, do you always work so hard for approval? That fun?
Huh? You can tell?
That's right. 'Cause we're just the same.
Come on now. Be true to yourself.
Hey, Mimi? What's up? Speak to me. It's, lovely weather we're having. I don't know I'd say lovely. Bit overcast.
Oh, you're right. Silly clouds. Guess I had my head in them.
Huh? What was that about?
I suggest we take a break.
Better make sure we're well rested.
Where to from here?
Good to add more names. There's so much choice.
Stupid fog.
find a Rithia relay base here, right?
The security's tight. It'd be a bad idea to approach from the front.
They're on us. Orders?
Come here! I got something for you!
You're a lifesaver.
Big
Ground beat!
Reload!
We have hazy
When did you...
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Whoa, visitors!
Come here! I got something for you!
You're a lifesaver. Ground beat!
Hyper! Reload! Off you go! Deploy shield! Extra support! So back into the bag! Maya, back! Hyper! Reload!
Come here! I got something for you!
You're a lifesaver.
Oh, yeah!
We can do this!
Want some more?
Uppercut!
It isn't over! Overlord! Free!
I know! Feeling good!
Maya, great blood blade! Hyper reload! Enemy! Eyes over here!
Come here!
You're a
I got
lifesaver.
something for you!
You're a lifesaver.
Couldn't keep them in check! Eyes over here! Thanks for that, right? Couldn't keep them in check! Great!
Time to wheel out the big gun!
Eyes over here!
You're a lifesaver. Easy enough. Are you ready, Junie?
Now we'll bring them to their knees. Try.
Deploy shield!
You're a lifesaver.
Gemini, strike!
Lurking spider!
Rolling rail.
Extra! Uppercut!
Hazy fix.
Keep piling on the damage!
Show us what you got, Senna.
Hey! I'm here!
You're on fire. Let's turn it up to 11.
This will give us a really bad arm now!
Let's use it to the max!
Here at Shottra.
Gemini, strike!
Extra. Multiply. Keep on helping us. Nice moves, Kyle.
Crush out!
You guys ready?
Ready to go! Is this like a rare thing?
Well, we've been found.
Come here! I got something for you!
Thanks.
Hyper reload! Eyes over here!
You're a lifesaver.
Enemy's broken away from you.
Go! Come here! I got something for you!
Nice one, Mia. We can do better yet. Here and now.
Maximum voltage! Big impact! Wide drop!
Surrender before we grind you into dust!
My power flows are amazing!
Sometimes simple is the answer.
You got it! Crush out! Hey! I'm here!
You're a right away, lad.
Uppercut!
Flying on the damage!
Hey! Show us what you got!
Hazy fix.
Big impact! Crazy! Here we go!
Pretty much what I
They had
expected.
the upper hand. I'd say we were moving in sync. Right, Tyon?
Not to worry, just stick to the plan.
Come here! I got something for you! You're a lifesaver. Avenging Eater! Enemy's broken away from me!
Got you right! Eyes over here!
You're a lifesaver. Come here! I got something for you! Thanks! That's the weak point! Hey!
You're doing great out there, lad!
Go!
That was spectacular!
And I was the MVP!
You think you're all that,
You're
do
all
ya?
thinking it! Come here! I got something for you! You're a lifesaver! Crush ya! Easy finish!
I know! Feeling good!
I want to surrender before we drive home!
We can do that!
Great! It's amazing!
We're unstoppable with you around,
the upper hand.
I'm the girl with the gall.
We've been spotted. Make this
Come here! I got something for you!
Round
Enemy's broken away from me! Crush ya!
Eyes over here!
You're a lifesaver.
Go!
Get you, Leo! How's that? Trick shot! Fly up!
Enemy's broken away from me!
Easy, dog!
Now we're in the swing of things!
Uppercut! Enemy's broken away from me!
Great! Strong now!
Let's use it to the max!
Hammerhead! Wide shot!
Extra!
Rapidamente!
We can do that again!
Take it over!
Call me Scott! Get that!
Hammerhead!
Hey!
You're on fire, lad!
Power of purple!
I'm not strong enough to punch your lights out!
Ham keeps piling on the damage! Restrict us run!
You're not leaving the show them what they say! What the?
Gemini extra! Hammerhead!
Why?
Well within...
You're pushing yourself too hard!
Cheers for that!
Extra!
Gemini!
Round beat!
Crush ya!
Let's show them! Are you ready?
Yes! Time to really go for it! Let's our advantage!
Keep it up, Leo!
Wide shot!
I need you, Leo! Maximum pressure! Unstoppable!
Off you go!
Come on, here we go!
Time to... Without the big guns!
How many of these Acmean clods are there?
Well, it is an enemy military facility. Maybe we really should have looked for a better route.
Make this quick!
Come here! I got something
Good.
for you!
Thanks!
Uppercut!
Lazy fish!
Wide shot! Things are building up.
Time to end it.
Avenging crush! Now we're doing things. That's our advantage.
Keep it up, Neil.
Great! Strong now. Things are building up.
You ready, Uni? Now we'll bring them to their knees.
Reload! That's our advantage.
Keep it up, Leo.
It isn't over. It isn't over.
Hey, I want to surrender before we grind you into dust.
Strength. It's amazing.
A fusion of our great ideas. You're on fire, lad.
Hammerhead. Reload.
Let's show them what we're made of.
No good. Hammer.
So, they had the upper hand.
You're a lifesaver. Enemy's broken away from me. Here we go. Try now. You guys ready for this?
Bring it on. Eat it. Heal. Here.
No.
Extra. Gemini, run. Don't look away from me.
Keep it up, Leo.
We're over here.
A few shots. Extra.
I'm right up your knees.
Keep it up, Neo. Come here. I got something for you. You're a lifesaver.
Reload. Hammerhead. Crush.
I need you, Neo. Not beyond the limit. Unstoppable.
Hammerhead.
Get it done. Right. Knock it off.
Creep. Strong now.
I'm not strong enough to punch your lights out. Couple.
Reload.
Hazy crush out. Unison. Strike.
Power ring.
It's getting risky. Phantom slap.
Let's do it, Kyle.
Is the answer.
Gonna knock you into next week.
Extra.
Here we go, man. I'm pulling out all the stuff.
We can do better yet.
Gemini shield. Run. Lightning arrow. Don't you look away from me.
Keep it up, Leo.
Hyper reload. That's how you pull off a win.
Yeah. See if we can keep this up.
Hey, come look at this. Where do you think it connects to?
Smarts!
Never seen this place before.
Whoa! Got a rare doodah right here.
All right, we made it to Arithnia relay base in one piece. What now?
The mission proceeds as planned. Look for info that might relate to the prison camp.
Better be a toughie, huh?
Come here. I got something for you. Extra. Round three, crush.
Hyper reload. Power ring. Extra.
Guys, get ready to fight. Come here! I got something for you! You're a lifesaver. Crush! Stop that!
Wow, thanks.
So good, huh?
Ground feet!
Couldn't keep him in check.
Stormy start.
Nothing now!
Go! Extra! Enemy's broken away. I got something for you.
When
Cheers, man. Enemy's broken away from me. Feel that? Oh!
Great! Amazing!
You extra!
Overboard!
The heat is up!
Yes! Feels just like it should! Hammerhead!
Extra! Knock it off!
Just as planned, eh, Tyon? Power of
Power of the big gun! You weren't ready for this!
This'll keep me going. Things are building up.
Time to win.
Don't you let away from me. Get you, Leo. Maximum This'll give them something to think about.
Go!
Unstoppable with you around,
the
Senna.
upper hand.
I'm the girl with the gun.
Sweet, let's poke around.
There it is. Acnean Military Info Terminal.
We should access it and see what kind of info.
Enemy's broken away from me.
Too easy.
They had the upper
Come
hand.
after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Good thing we found this.
stupid fog.
We could do with some food. Could you all come round for a second? We could do with some food. definitely feel stronger.
Ugh, let's be off.
Whoa, check this place out.
Just as we'd heard, it's unlikely we'll be discovered here.
Let's take the opportunity to rest, then proceed with the infiltration.
Let's make the most of our break, guys.
It's massive. That's the Agnian castle.
And it's floating.
Seen it before, Mia?
Nope. First time for me too. Like you guys. We never got any special training.
If our intel's right, we ought to find a cave if we circle along anti-clockwise.
Is that the one that then leads to the ventilation ducts in the camp?
Yeah, that's right.
Quickly. We need to get in before it gets light.
So there really was a cave here.
We'll have to find somewhere where the walls look thin. Better make sure we're well rested.
Let's move out.
First Keves Castle, now Agnes Castle.
Guess it had to happen eventually.
Sun's up!
Watch your footing, guys.
Over, we just gotta commit to the motion!
Work with me.
Looks like there's no turning back after this.
Well, on we go then.
Good morning, you snuffing reprobates! Beautiful morning today. If only I could appreciate it. Didn't get much sleep. Do you know why? Because the eclipse draws ever nearer. How many of you are getting made an example of on Hope's Rest this time? I can hardly contain myself thinking about it. Couldn't catch a wink of sleep last night. Me?
Nutty snuffer. He's really enjoying this.
Yet, nonetheless, the show must go on in order to unite our hearts and minds to keep the world in balance and perfect harmony. This will be your final resting place. So why not live a little while you still have some body to enjoy it with?
I'll give him something to enjoy.
What term is he even? It's not like he'll have that much longer than them to live. Ah, bollocks.
It's okay. I'm not bothered. I hate people like that.
Is this about the right place?
I can't tell from the data we've pulled. We'll have to check each route systematically.
seen this place before.
We've made it inside.
Now we have to find this Gondor customer.
Here for?
Gondor.
Is that Gondor?
I asked you a question. Give me an answer, fresh fish.
Huh?
Huh? Cut the crap. Any lights on in there, you dead brain?
Hold on. Is Gondor
Is Gondor a what? Finish your damn sentence. What? My name? You got a problem with it?
So she's Gondor.
Bitch queen. She must have thought she was being funny. Oh, so you agree, do you?
No, it wasn't. I didn't mean...
Go die in a ditch, you turd.
Yikes. Never thought I'd hear someone tap Uni's sweary mouth. Don't you go copying her, Senna. Nah, not my style.
Oh, wow. Way to talk trash about one of your friends.
So, where was I?
Think it was about why they're here.
Oh, right, that. So, what's the idea, sweethearts?
Now she's playing nice?
You're Gondor.
What's it to you?
Monica from the city. She told us about you. She said you'd know where the queens are.
So you are the bitch queen's lapdogs?
Please tell us what you know. We have good reason to meet with them. To bring peace and to set the world to rights.
This shit again?
What?
I'm fed up with hearing that sanctimonious odd and crap.
So you aren't gonna help us out then?
If you're trying to kill the now, then you can just forget it.
Kill the now?
Did I bloody stutter? Oh, you just don't get it. Maybe this'll hammer it home. Eggy, Oggy.
Mom? At your command.
Give this lot a bruising and dump him in the trash.
Mom. My pleasure.
This love into that one for ya. You better appreciate it. Wait, it's glowing!
Careful. She packs a meaner punch than you think, Noah.
Yeah, no jokes.
Of course she does. She's a pro. That's Monica's daughter for you.
Daughter? You mean that she was born from Monica? Like that baby we saw?
That's about the size of it. Plus, the head Ouroboros candidate.
That too?
You don't say. It all adds up now.
Oi! What are you prattling on about? You got something to say? Say it to my face.
We do.
Go on then.
Why are we fighting each other? It's so pointless.
Piss off. No, it's not.
Why?
Because you dads haven't figured it out.
About killing the now?
Yeah.
Then stop holding out and just tell us.
Set the world to rights, you said.
Yeah, I did.
Not sure if you're just being self-righteous, but take a look around. Think about how many lives it's cost. Running after that shit already.
All right, that's enough. On your knees now, all of you. Hands behind your head. Disobey me, you'll get time in solitary.
Change of plan. Sheathe your blades now. Let's just do as he says, okay? Another thing to see it for yourself, eh?
We got time to kick back a little.
Let's make the most of our break, guys.
All right, everyone. Time to head out.
Good to add more names. some relations have changed. I see some relations have changed. Good to add more names. 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 Let's go someplace else.
I'll tell you what we should all do. Not one frigging thing.
We do nothing.
If we just stay put here, and the city folk keep a low profile, no one has to die for small nuts.
So that's your now.
Penny finally drops.
Aren't they going to execute you next month?
So, it'll be 10 people if that. They've got over 1,000 locked up in here. It'll barely register.
So? Lives aren't statistics?
I'm saying if you stir shit like what Bitch Queen wants, you'll have 1,000 lives on your conscience. And also, you're gonna set the world to rights? Then what's that there on your arms, on your chests? And then there's the kitten. Little more than a month left. You must be the most eager of the lot.
That's enough!
Huh. Just shut up about the world already. All this holier-than-thou crap. You're only doing it for yourselves. You just fight out of self-pity. Flailing around thinking you can make a difference.
When I see off lives, I do it with purpose.
Mia.
Just one more day, one more minute. You've no idea how many lives we've sent. All the friends we had, wishing they'd had more time. That was each and every day for us. But it was all we could do. It was all we had to believe in. Day in, day out.
You are an Offseer?
And when we finally made it to the city, I realized there was a whole different world out there. They're so lucky. I really thought that. I was astounded. Just by extending our years, life could be so different. I even saw the beginning of a new life. That tiny little hand that was grasping mine. I can understand why you want to protect that. If that's the now you speak of, we'd never kill that. Still, that's why we're trying to protect it for you. To save our friends. To build a future that would make us free.
You've got about a month. That enough? For that?
I don't know. My time might be up before our fight is truly over. There's probably not that much I can do.
Mia.
But I've got to try. I'll keep trying while my flame still flickers. And after that,
Yeah, we gotcha. We'll carry on your will. Right, Noah?
Of course. I don't really want to imagine that. But there's just no running away from it. All we can do is move forward. We have to. That day, Guernica entrusted us with this power. And because of that, we made friends with former enemies. Believe us, your now is safe with us, as is the future.
So, that's your argument.
What's this?
For the Cloud Keep, where the real Queen of Agnes has taken her beauty sleep. You'll need that to get in, kinda like a key. This thing took a liking to... names?
Noah.
Mio. Noah and Mio. I'll remember that. Anyways, the doodad reacted to you two when you teamed up. I think it was probably like telling me to give it to you.
Thank you.
You're helping us now? Still hate the fact that Bitch Queen sent you. But hey, the what's name did pick you, so
And I did promise.
Promise?
In 3 days, Agnes will be holding a large-scale training exercise on Daedal Isle. Of course, that means minimal security for us. That'll be our chance to escape.
How, then?
Well, the only way I know how. Am I right, you dad?
Yeah! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, the proverbial's gonna hit the fan.
Them's the breaks. Take it or leave it.
All right. In 3 days.
Just do some prison things until then. Oh, just try to keep in line, would ya? We don't want to draw attention.
We'll keep that in mind.
Oh, and a quick word of advice. When all is lost, let him hear you roar. Got that?
Hear us roar.
All that power you wield, that's exactly what it was meant for.
We could do with some food.
I'm envious.
Of what?
You, Mimi, Noah, you're all so incredibly confident.
Who's confident? It's all a big act. I don't know about Noah and Mio. But me, though? I'm pathetic.
Huh?
I'm just acting tough. To pump myself up like I'm not a wimp.
You think you're a wimp?
Yeah. I'm a lot like you.
Huh?
But look, what's wrong with that anyway? If we're weak, there's room to grow. Right? Remember the first time you became Ouroboros? You yelled, "Lance, come with me!" Huh? You reached out for the strength you needed.
Oh.
Our friend Jorn, he became Mobius. But that wasn't him. That's his life's purpose? Like Spark it is. So I think maybe I want to figure out the purpose of my own life. I want to get stronger. And if Jorn surpassed me, I'll get even stronger than that.
Oh, wow.
I won't be doing it for the recognition, nor to be liked. I'll do it for myself.
Even if people don't recognize it, right?
We're here. This is us. Let's keep being true to ourselves. What's wrong with that?
Same old plans.
Same old sinner.
Never stop being you, okay? Recognizing your own purpose. Huh. You mind if I pinch that mindset?
What you talking about? Friends don't need to ask.
Huh?
Huh? Here's to us, the mighty weaklings.
Yeah.
Don't tell me we've got to listen to another tedious speech.
Patience is golden.
Good to add more names.
Was it just me, or did the guard back there say first?
There might be more to this job than we bargained for. I think we're in for a rough day.
Time for a nice big breakfast.
Hey, that's not your everyday chump.
Am I sick of all this gathering?
Well, how about we inquire about our new digs along the way? Whoa, check this place out.
There's so much you can gather around here. To think this is how they keep the colonies fed. I honestly don't know how to feel.
Oh, for the love of Spark, how can there still be more to do? Unbelievable.
Stop whining and get to it already. You're just dragging this out.
Finally finished. Let's get this report done.
Doing this day after day would definitely get old.
I hope we can make use of this.
think I had enough back-breaking labor to last me for a term or two.
Kion, are you feeling unwell? Should we head back to the cell and let you rest up for a bit?
What to buy? Better make sure we're well rested.
All right, everyone. Time to head out.
Morning assembly already. I'm afraid I'm gonna start snoring while standing up.
You've got to pay attention or they're gonna get real mad.
Those guards treating us like dirt. Who do they think we are?
I know exactly how you feel. Still, for the good of the plan, let's hold our peace for now, eh?
Today's job is way better than yesterday's. I still can't seem to work up the energy.
Is that right?
If we do this,
I
we're
wanna
exempt
see.
from the other jobs. I think this is our best bet.
Whoa! How
We
rare
have to
is
make
that?
sure we don't blow our cover while in combat.
Yeah. No interlinking. Got it. Enemy's broken away from me! Come here! I got something for you! You're a lifesaver!
Extra!
Keep it up, Leo!
I'm good at this whole healing business.
I've had it!
Maximum focus! Drop hammerhead!
Let's follow the Ferris track. If we use our irises, we should be able to pick up the trail. The paw prints lead deeper into the woodland.
Come on, let's chase this thing down. Don't want it getting away.
It's more brutal than I thought.
How could they let this thing loose? Whose sick idea was this?
Round three!
Keep on pelting them.
Nice move, Kyle. Extra!
That wraps up today's work. Let's go report back. This is something decent, right?
How is this even allowed? The Lost Numbers lot must have the patience of a sage.
Okay, cool it. Just bear with it for now. We make our move at 0800, right after outdoor duties start. My men will cause a commotion outside, draw out the guards and jailers. The guards will be armed, so you dags will need to deal with them. Use the element of surprise.
And the jailers?
They're small fry. I'll take care of them.
All right.
How many guards?
About 30. Take out 20 or so and we'll be sitting pretty. Then we break straight through the west gate. We'll have you lot covered, so just run for it.
And how do we break through it? It's not like it's made of tissue.
Surely you lot can handle a gate. Why else would the bitch queen even send you?
Why do you keep calling Monica that? She's your mother.
I'll call her whatever the hell I like. Anyways, you all got the gist of the plan now.
You call that a plan? There's nothing to get. We don't even have any contingency measures, do we?
I bet you're fun at parties, arsehat.
I prefer level-headed, thank you.
Anyhow, we'll gather in front of Watchtower 1. After breaching the gate, then out. You run and you don't look back. Clear?
Okay, we'll do that.
Good. You're dismissed.
Gondor?
Hmm?
Please, just be careful.
Who do you think you're talking to? You look like you'd make short work of that gate.
Huh? Me?
That wallop of yours on the first day. One hell of a hit. You sure give 'em a run for their money. Ha ha.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Looks like someone's ready to go.
Shania!
Well, look what the Hawks dragged in.
Nice to see you too, Gondor. I've been here the whole time. You didn't notice?
Oh, I'm sorry. Want a medal?
Arrogant as ever.
Anyway, think you're ready for this?
Who do you think you're talking to?
Oh, touchy. Just don't screw this up.
You and Shania were friends from the crib. Was that it?
Yeah, since we were kids.
I didn't realize.
Chick didn't know when to stop following me around. Had it up to my ears with her. Heard you bombed the selection test. And not for the first time.
Yeah. I couldn't win. In the last round.
Why'd you use the cestus? You can barely throw a punch, makes no sense.
Because I thought if I used your weapon, I could capture a bit of the Gondor spirit.
You know that name pisses me off. And more excuses, eh? Stop copying me. You're even wearing my gloves now. Right, enough is enough. Nothing to say for yourself. Ugh! Hang on at leftness. Don't you have any originality? It's no wonder you lost. No wonder you never get picked. I have my style. She has hers. Why doesn't she get the message? I'm so sick of it.
Hey, now.
They seem confident. Are we okay?
Everything's going to plan. Everything's fine. Everything.
We can't afford to flub tomorrow's mission, huh? I really hope it'll all go to plan.
It has to. We'll do everything we can to make it work. We could do with some food.
definitely feel stronger.
The beds here are awful. I barely slept a wink.
Your snoring could have fooled me.
I wonder what the boss man's gonna have to say today.
Oh, it's gonna be great. You know it. Time for a nice big breakfast.
We go out of here and then to the left. Move.
Check you out. Someone's eager.
Do we seriously have to keep doing this? We're just about ready to blow this joint.
I'm not exactly fond of it either, but we can't afford to make the guards suspicious.
It's Garafas that we're supposed to be thinning out, right?
Yes, Mom. Taking care of dumb jokes is what us model prisoners do.
Now's your chance!
Thanks!
Uppercut!
Hazel fist!
Hammer! Fire! I've got them!
Keep it up, Leo! Keep it up, Leo!
Slice blade! Oh, hammer! Gemini!
Hazy fist!
Maximo Pulse! Reload! Go! Back to the hammer!
World beat! Uppercut! Unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gun!
Go! Ground beat! You're a lifesaver.
Uppercut! Fly blade! Myopic scream! Off you go!
Hazy fist!
Reload! Deploy field!
Ground beat! We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gun!
Go! Extra! Hazy fist!
First come, first serve!
Show us what you got, Senna!
Power ring! Hammerhead! Wide shot! Off you go!
Hazy fist!
Retro advantage!
Keep it up, Leo!
Gemini!
Ascending east!
Got you!
Keep it up, Leo!
Overboard!
Kill and break!
Myopic scream!
Lifting up the odds a little.
Cheers for that! Ground beat!
Right! Hammerhead! I've got them!
That's us. Okay, guys. Take out the guards.
Ah, yes, the illustrious plan.
You're still whinging about that.
Yes, I am. It's all so messy.
You would say that. Hey, if it gets the job done, what's the problem?
Assuming it works.
It will. We're gonna make it work. Come on.
Whatever you say.
So now we deal with the sentries as planned.
Yeah, we've got to make this plan a success or else.
No extra! Enemy's broken away from me.
Eat it! Deploy field! Back! Overboard! Giant swing! Back!
Extra!
Got you! Retro advantage!
You're on fire!
Deploy field! Back!
Field power!
Now it's fighting! Power of the apple!
comfortable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
I don't want to do this. I don't think we'll run into any water. Hazy fish.
Power wave. Swing. I'm way out of your league. Excuse me, no good. I used to do even better.
Hazy fish.
Feel the power. Now we're in the swing of things. Crazy strong now.
I'm more than you to punch your life out.
Eat it.
Feel the power.
Yeah, feels just like it should. Too easy. Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Don't try to stop us.
Never a dull moment, eh?
Enemy's broken away from me.
Got overboard.
Come here. I got something for you.
You didn't disappoint.
Enemy's broken away from me.
Love to see it. How's that?
I know. Feeling good. On the speed. You have superiority. Push through. I'm more than sure. Let's go. Punch your lights out. Kyle.
I was strong.
I'm sorry. That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
So, we're meeting Gondor outside Watchtower number 1.
Right. It should be back along the route we took yesterday.
I'm coming with you.
I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Go here. No, enemy's broken away from me.
Eyes over here.
Go here. I got something for you. Extra.
Right slash.
Time to end this.
Keep piling on the damage. Don't play
Something for you.
Wow.
Extra. Double down.
Better.
Stormy's punch. That will bring them to their knees. We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
I don't want to do this, but you're in our way.
Eyes over here.
No, thanks. Enemy's broken away from me.
Eyes over here. You're dead.
Enemy's broken away from me.
Butterfly blade. Overboard.
Extra.
Wide slap. Wow, thanks. Python. Eyes over here. Wow, thanks. Hammer. Overboard.
Extra.
My We can do it. No doubt about it. Eyes over here. Keep it up, Theo. Keep fighting on the deck. Eyes over here. Right.
Keep it up, Theo. Extra. Good boy. Keep it up, Senna.
Let's see it.
Avenging evil. Feel the power.
Now we're for the big.
Extra. Time to end it. Round B.
Crazy. Wrong now.
Let's do this to the top. Nice one, Theo. End of the line.
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it. Don't try to stop us.
This one was definitely fun. I lose. First serve. Oi, Senna. Let's see it.
Uppercut now. Enemy's broken away from me.
Eyes over here. Let's go advantage.
Enemy's broken away from me. You got
Right leg. Off you go.
You're gone.
I'm here.
Why?
That was spectacular.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Enemies broken away from me. Eyes over here.
You're a lifesaver. I got something for you. Thanks.
Keep in check.
What? I'll show you. She won't get away.
Eyes over here. There's a point.
Give it up.
Just one.
Enemies broken away from me.
Eyes over here.
You're a lifesaver.
Keep in check. Eyes over here.
Give it up!
Oh, wait! Here! How about this? You! Just one!
Come on! You went great! Here and give it up! We have superiority! Push through!
No, it's
End on the line! I'm sorry. More where that came from! I'll show you! Eat this!
one! Come on now! That settles it then.
This ain't the end of our story.
That's the West Gate, right?
Senna, you're up. I'm on it. Lance?
Right here!
Well, shit! So much for us giving you backup. What a joke! All right, all of ya, let's bust this joint.
Mom!
Aye.
We're the castle guard. What, the Spark? I thought they were supposed to be away doing their bloody training.
An ambush! Gondor!
This ain't an accident. Means one of you bastards snitched.
Shania? No! How could you?
You bitch! Answer her!
What is it?
It's pounding. Such foul-mouthed creatures. She was right to sell you out.
Wait. We've seen him before.
He's back again. She made a choice, which will result in one of the best outcomes one could have hoped for.
I don't see how.
Of course, it's quite unfavorable for your little band of heroes.
Throwing the levs at us. Brilliant. Been wanting to smash something up?
Not so fast, boy. Your luck well and truly came to an end. On the day you chose to stand against M and N.
Noah and Mio. But how?
Those Mobius were Noah and Mio. What's going on?
How's this?
Who is this guy? It's not just that he looks like me, but he's Mobius. And then there's...
We have the same face.
Shania.
Now there's the look I wanted to see. The look of a woman buried under the weight of her misguided expectations.
How could you, Shania? Why are you siding with them? You're with the city. The people here, they're your people.
My people? These pawns? People that rush towards an early grave without any consideration for the lives of others are no bloody kin of mine.
Case of... This what you want?
Oh, you've had it easy, my friend. The great Guernica was your granddad, and your mediocre mother the city elder. Oh, and let's not forget your Stella Ouroboros results. Of course you would have to ask that. You never did care about what I wanted.
We're not the same at all.
Sorry?
You said that we were the same. But we're nothing like each other.
You sure changed your tune. I'm seeing some newfound determination. You get a little pep talk from your friends, huh?
Nobody gave me anything. It's because I'm part of the team. I'm only just starting to figure it out now. But I'm gonna change. Both me and this world.
I won't let you. I'll never let that happen.
If you stop us, everything's just going to stay the same.
It won't stay the same!
Shania!
What's so natural about the life you want? A life you only get one shot at. At any point, someone could come along and tell you, okay, that's it, time to go.
And who are you to say that life's worse?
I know more than you! It's madness wanting a world like that! The best world for us is a world that at least gives us another go! We fail, we try again. We might even do better next time round.
Shania, enough now. We're made to fight, to kill each other, every single day, just hoping to see another dawn.
Either way, we're still fighting for survival, aren't we? Am I crazy? Am I saying something strange? Because I don't think so. I genuinely don't.
20 on the right, 20 on the left, 10 in the middle. The Mobius, too. Julia Bay? It's that way. Gondor.
What? What are you...
Head for the exfiltration point.
Noah, wait.
It's us they want to capture. I'm going to engage the Levnesses on the left-hand side. You can use that as a diversion.
Shut the hell up! We'll make the diversion!
You're too slow. We can't all make it out. However, a single unit should stand a chance.
What are you guys gonna do?
We fight, and worst case, we surrender. Let them hear us roar. Remember?
Now, hold on!
Now's the time. Ouroboros doesn't end with us. Right, candidate?
Noah. Damn you!
You'll do great. I know it. All right. We're breaking through. Distract them, however you can.
Gotcha!
Let me get come here! I got something for you!
Thanks!
Just one!
Let me get you this!
I'll end it here!
Now's your chance! Move it! Gondor!
Mom, we'll handle this.
Get through here and you're free. Quick!
What? Yeah, screw that! Now I'm supposed to leave you behind as well?
The Ouroboros candidates are our future.
Come now. You must move.
But why?
It's the prison food. Gone and developed a taste for it.
And the beds are actually halfway decent. It's fine. Don't you worry about us.
Okay. Move it! Don't look back!
Gondor!
Shania.
This isn't over. You'll see soon enough.
Thought we'd never make it. But this looks hopeful.
I wonder.
There's still a few left.
Oh, yeah. And 2 Mobius.
And all this without killing. Doubt we'll have such an easy time with these.
Yeah, but we helped Gondor escape.
Right. And that was priority number 1.
But other people all got left behind. This not huge mess.
They'll be fine. Unlike us fugitives, they're useful assets. They can still surrender and be put to work again.
Still, the more that can escape, the better.
So, one last stand?
Oh, yeah!
Bring it!
Such nonsense. Your idiocy knows no bounds. What's so funny? This suits me just fine. It will make an adequate feast. Mobius will savor every one of you, rest assured.
Talking about us like we're food. Well, sorry, mate, but we bite back!
Right. You'll be going hungry today. We fought so hard for this. We're not giving it up. Not ever! Oh, you still intend to resist? Against these odds?
Yeah.
You think you can defeat me?
We will.
For us to move forward, we must. Very well. I will demonstrate beyond all doubt. There is no possible future for you in this world.
Let me handle this.
You want to? That's a surprise.
I need to show them. Make them realize just how powerless they truly are. Just as we were once persuaded.
Who are they? All right. Do as you will.
Thank you, N.
I need to know.
Go on.
Why? Why do you look exactly like we do? Who are you people?
Well now, if you can defeat us in combat, you'll see for yourselves the truth. Why it is we stoke the flames of war.
I don't know that I can bear to hurt her.
I can. She's Mobius.
We have to win. Even if she does look like Mio.
So then.
Gloves off.
Well then, let us fight. I promise you, I won't hold back. I'll end
Give it up!
Not getting past.
Enemy's broken away from me. I'll show you. Come here. I got something for you.
You're a lifesaver.
Universal attack.
Eat this!
No escape.
Here and now. You won't get away.
Not getting past.
Here and now.
Aerial back. Commit to confusion. Solely. I'll end it here.
Give it up. Let me get you.
That's right.
Time to win out the big cup. You are
Pretty
ready.
mannerless, isn't it?
Future. Break.
No escape.
Give it up. A fusion of strength.
I'll end it here.
Eat this. Hold on tight. Are you ready, Julie? You're interlinked me out.
Universal Berserk. No escape.
Eat this. Let me give you a taste. Here and now. Let me give you a taste.
I'll end it here. Get those.
Eat this.
Just one. Mirage left.
You won't get
I'll
away.
end it here.
Eat this.
Universal Berserk. Aerial back.
You won't get away.
Do about it.
Let's pile on the pressure.
I know what to do.
Well,
It's
unstoppable.
isn't it?
Split up and attack. Put out on the stops. All right. I'll take one. More where that came from. This isn't the end. This is the decider. You're finished.
I'll make it count. Wait. Everyone get ready.
I'll take one. I'll stop you for good. More where that came from.
I'm pulling your heels. Now for the busy blow. Got you now. Think you're breathing.
Right through. On this sword.
You still resist.
No! Wait, what are you attacking me for? Why would you...
Noah! What are you doing?
What do you... Huh?
You just took a swipe at Tyon! The snuff were you thinking?
I went for Tyon. Mio! Stop this! Mio!
What? I don't understand.
Oh no. So this is her power.
Congratulations. You figured it out quickly.
Of course. In every fight we've had, you've always used some special power against us.
Exactly. I have the power to override your pitiful consciousness.
She's using us like bloody puppets! So that's her game.
Once I've taken over your mind, you are absolutely helpless. A blind passenger.
Stop her!
Well, aren't you putting up a strong front? What are you doing? It's futile.
Stop it, Senna! Did I?
I was hoping you would have figured it out by now, but I'm afraid simply closing your eyes is not enough to escape my power.
Just had another brilliant idea.
Oh?
The whole time you're hijacking our bodies, you ain't moving. Which means we've just got to go after you instead! Yuli! What the...
Huh? No, it wasn't me!
Too bad. I was over here.
What?
Sorry, Tyon. I need you to stop now.
No, it's me.
Tyon!
I lied.
Well, Spark. This isn't going very bloody well, is it?
You've gotta be. She's got Mimi!
Come. Cut me down.
What?
It's an easy win. You need only take her life. You see the irony? Funny how you've slain so many to extend your own short lifespans, yet your friends' lives now chain you down, dulling your blade's edges. You can't do it, can you? Pathetic. Then your death will be slow and painful. Your dear friend here shall slice you to pieces until you perish.
know when she'll take over, or whose body she'll hijack. Despite that, by the time we detect her attack, it's already... Detect? That's it! Detection!
Tyon, what are you...
The Mobius. Is you!
What?
Sorry, Noah.
Tyon, what?
Our attacks. They seem to affect her real body as well.
Was she controlling me?
Indeed, but now I know her secret. Listen up. My Mondo will mark the target for you.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. The only option right now is for us to attack. Trust me, I can guarantee that it will deal damage to her.
I hear you. Uni!
Yeah?
You're Uni, right?
Better believe it. Can't you tell by my smile?
Good then. We'll need you to heal us up after we take damage. Stay strong.
Yeah, I got ya. Healing's on me.
Let's go!
You still have hope. Let me distinguish that for you.
We will never lose hope. Eat this! Where that came from?
I'll end it here. How about this? Do something.
I'll show you.
Mirror slap. Universe contact.
You won't get away.
Aerial back.
Fusion of our strength.
I'll end it here.
Eat this!
The Mondo will mark the enemy for us.
Slowly. Get those. Ha! Know it.
Eat this!
Just one. Do something. It isn't over. I'll end it here.
Eat this! You won't get away.
Do something.
Are you ready, Uni?
Your heart be connected. I'll end it here.
Eat this!
Eat my rampage. I'll end it here.
Give it up! Fusion of our strength!
Get those. Mirror slap. Universal slap. Just one. Aerial
I
slap.
need you, Mio!
Get those.
Unstoppable. Wait up and attack him! I'll handle it! All right!
I'll take one.
More where that came from! This isn't the end! This is the decider! You're finished!
your bonds.
N. That's enough. Get back.
As you say.
Now it's Noah we're dealing with.
That's not me!
I know that. Just saying.
You know, this is getting ridiculous. I don't get any of this nonsense!
M's only stepping back. She could still use her powers. Just keep an eye on how the Mondo act.
Yeah, will do.
A Mobius with my face. Is it something to do with how Mobius and Ouroboros have fought over the ages? Need to stay focused. One little mistake, and it's over. You don't even know how powerless you are, but I will show you. It feels so overwhelming.
No escape!
Chimera!
Get them!
Eat this! Blood Kill it now! Chimera! Spread the storm!
Thanks.
Blood
Just one!
Give it up!
Big shouting!
Chimera! Tear it down!
No call!
Blood unit! Give it up! Harry!
I'll end it here!
Spread the storm! Give it up! Blood A fusion of our strength! Spread the storm! Give it up! Blood Harry, tear it now! Switchblade! Give it up! Blood Give it up! Spread the storm! You won't get away! A fusion of our strength! Blood
I'll end it here!
Shred the storm!
It's over!
You guys ready for this? Oh, yes! Let me out! Blood
There!
Think that will help! Hit him! Split up and attack him! Fire on the stop! All right! Off it was! More where that came from! This isn't the end! This is the decider! You're finished! I cannot!
Glimmering switchblade!
Let's do it, Kaya. Yes,
I'll show you!
We'll keep them in check. Thanks. How about this? Get them! No good! Eyes over here! Wow,
Chimera! Hear it now!
No, it isn't over!
Blood moon!
Give it up! Thanks.
Time to win out the big gun! Feeling that white hot punch!
Hit him.
He knocked it! You won't get away! Thanks! Blood moon! Eat this!
No escape!
Glimmering switchblade!
It's over!
Blood moon! Glimmering switchblade! I'll show you my mirror! Blood moon! That thing is at an end.
Oh, come on!
Yuri! Try some of this! Easy! Did it work? Can't be. Not a scratch. Tail! Yumi! After all that, he hasn't even had to transform. That's insane!
Ouroboros and Mobius both manifest outwards from their core. So long as the core is intact, you can slice off as many limbs as you like. They will keep growing back. Yet, at the cost of vast energy consumption. Of course, this cuts down the time you can stay in that form. You're at your limit.
Our power! There's really nothing we can do to beat him? Mio! Everybody's hopes and dreams, they die here?
Your hope is a fool's hope. And I will end your dreams. Now!
No!
Power is for those who face reality. And I, having witnessed countless realities, preside in a world beyond your ken.
Reality, you say? Mio! Mio! You okay? Mio!
I'll live.
Mimi. Lance. Sorry. Could I ask for some help here?
Yeah, no problem. This is the time, huh? For us to really shine.
Yeah. Right.
Let's go. Fire spark! Quit it with the bleeping!
Lads! Senna! Cancel the interlink! You're at your limit!
Oh, believer!
We knew that from the start!
Got you now, scum!
Lance!
Sorry. This sort of stuff. It's about all I'm good for, really.
What are you talking about? What are you going to...
Senna!
Mimi, remember what you said?
You always told me to never stop being myself. I finally get it. What you meant by that. This is me. So don't give up yet. This'll buy you some extra time. Use it!
Stop this! I don't want any of your time! Just come back, Senna!
We're too close. Take us out of here!
Okay!
What are they?
Thank you. Mimi?
Oh, too bad. You were so close.
X. What are you doing?
Hey, I just saved your life. Could I get just a little gratitude here?
Zed's orders.
Pretty much.
Another Mobius!
X, is it? The interlink. So this is her doing.
Lance!
Senna!
Are you okay?
Spark's sake!
Senna.
Sorry, Mimi. I couldn't pull it off. It's okay. Forget about that.
Well now, I apologize for that little disturbance. It won't happen again. You'll notice your powers have now been fully sealed. Give it up. Your chances of victory are nil. What? My blade! It's gone!
What? How?
Impossible. Never heard of a blade failing.
Ah!
Anton!
Piece of
It seems you were hoping they would escape. Sadly, things didn't quite pan out your way, did they?
'Cause you cut him down!
Sorry, Noah. Guess we were dead weight after all.
Did I not tell you? There's no hope. Now witness the result. A sideshow. What? I've just thought of the most wonderful little amusement. I see some relations have changed. Box! It's just a metal grate! Why can't I break it?
Call it, Noah! They've stripped us of our powers. There's no way for us to break it. Just give it a rest.
How can I give it a rest? We have to get through! We have to get Mio out! Surprisingly well behaved. I half expected you to have blown a hole in the wall by this point. Or what? Have you resigned yourself wholly to your plight, knowing the extent of my power? Did you come to gloat? Where's Mio? The girl, you'll find, is in the cell beside you. Huh? Call out her name, why don't you? Your voice at least should reach. Oh, I see. you still cling to a sliver of hope. You recall, I wanted to stage a little sideshow.
You expecting applause?
It's the homecoming. I'm glad you catch on quick. With the eclipse, 1 month from now, the girl will meet her long-awaited end. Why don't we honor it at the castle? Make it a day to remember. Well, does that not please you? What a magnificent sideshow it will be! Oh yes. I almost forgot to tell you something. You are now aware of the cycle of rebirth, yes? There is an exception. Those whose flame is snuffed out during a homecoming will not return.
You monster!
So weak. Amusingly so. Right now, all of you put together don't have the strength of a single soldier. Not even these flimsy iron bars yield to your efforts. Try all you like, but you cannot escape. No amount of toil will help you there. You feel the anguish, crippling despair. That is the hubris of fools who cling blindly to their hopes, only to find them dashed on the rocks. Of dreamers crushed under the sheer weight of reality. Of abject failures.
Come on! Come on! Come on!
That's enough! You're just gonna break your hands.
I don't care! I'll shatter every bone in my body, if that's what it takes!
Just stop! Please!
Leo! Are you okay?
Don't worry about me. I'm totally fine. I've made my peace. Even if I can never leave here, I'm content. I'll live on in others. Knowing that is enough for me. Please, don't worry.
Leo.
Hey, why do you think it is that they look like Noah and Mia?
Like I know. Why aren't you asking yourself?
When we kick the bucket, we're reborn in those cradles, right? Maybe it's somehow connected to that.
You think they're the same people? Is that even possible?
Strange. Regardless, why would they do this? What possible purpose could all this serve? It's almost like they're toying with us just for kicks.
You know, they've all been like that. When they took away lives, it was like they were enjoying it.
That's really true?
Huh?
Hmm? Oh.
Huh?
Huh? It seemed natural to laugh when happy. And yet, N had sadness in eyes, it seemed.
Like Sparky did. He's Mobius, our sworn enemy.
We really are hopeless. Can't believe we're stuck in here behind these snuffing bars.
It wouldn't be much of a prison if they didn't perform that function. Come on.
Was there even any point in all this? And everything we've done?
Of course there was.
Huh?
At least, we gave them hope.
At first, even when Guernica said he was 6 times older, it didn't click. Past 10 years was pure greed, I thought. But now, I'm scraping for whatever I can get.
What are you doing?
Huh? Oh, the bitch queen herself.
Where do you think you're going?
Where do you think I'm going?
You know I can't allow this.
Excuse me?
That's a direct order. Don't be stupid.
Whatever. Up yours.
Look, the castle is on maximum alert now. Are you in that much of a hurry to get back behind bars? This ain't like the time we ambushed Kevez, when we had the element of surprise.
After all they did for me, I can't just leave them. We don't have time for this.
And I'm telling you, it's suicide. Noah entrusted everything to us. Hope, the future. Get that through your skull. You...
Here I am, staring at my own palms. I feel the warmth of your hand. I thought I'd be forever by your side, protecting you, assuming that's what you wanted to. I had no clue
Shania.
What are you doing here?
Got a little update for you.
This'll be good.
The day your friend departs this world. What did you call it? Homecoming? That's the day I've decided to have myself killed too.
Shania, you're Iris.
Yep. This right here is proof that I've joined their ranks. And your little friend will vanish from this world forever. But I will be born once again. Just the way I should be. That's just the reaction I was hoping for. Ah, it's beautiful. I hope I can make that face too when I meet my enemies on the battlefield.
Piss off, eyesore.
Oh, don't you worry. I'll be gone soon. Pretty much as soon as your friend will.
It was so obvious, looking back. I knew that something was off about her. I knew deep down. I didn't want to believe that we were the same.
You're not the same.
Is that Mimi? I was watching you, trying so hard. You've saved us so many times, never giving up. You helped us get here. Sometimes you can be really hard on yourself. I think that's why you've always been so hungry, always striving for more.
Yeah.
Come now. I know you've touched so many lives. I think we've all seen that.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. I see it now. I'm sorry.
Come on. You really need to stop saying that you're sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's all right. Don't give up. Because time is still on our side.
So then, tomorrow.
Do you think an off-seer can ever reach others? You know, I thought our lives were like our music, always in our hands, under our control. I wasn't facing the truth. Even if I could reach people, I wouldn't be able to save them. I should have known that. It's unbearable, seeing life slip away from you. Even though they're right there. What am I even doing?
It's dark out, huh? No moon.
Huh?
But the starlight is so nice and warm.
Mia.
Hey, when the two of us first met, you asked me if I wanted to survive.
Yeah?
I replied, I didn't mind either way.
Yeah.
I'll correct that. Now I want to live. To live and learn a whole lot more. Noah, there's so much for us to see.
Finally. You called me by my name.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I guess I felt that if I did, my heart would downright break. Because I'd be admitting the truth.
Mio.
But you know, these feelings that grew within me, they're thanks to you. That's why you're not allowed to say it's been for nothing. You've enriched my life, Noah. That's clear now.
Mio.
You know, I don't want this to be it. If I were given the chance, if this road I've walked were to keep on going, I'd like to spend that time with my Noah.
My queen!
Your Majesty!
Queen Nia! Queen Nia! Queen Nia!
Trace our ancestry back 1,000 years, and you will find an Offseer carrying out the first homecoming. Now, in Agnes, no fewer than 999 lives have returned themselves to me. It is an auspicious day. I believe such is your view. Yet, for me, it is a day that brings heartache. I wish nothing more than the safe return of all life born of me. Such is my eternal hope. To come home is
quite the elaborate production.
Fancy another puppet on display.
Assuming Monica's intel was true.
It's all been so pointless, fighting for that thing.
She's a phony, that's what she is. Even if it's her in the flesh up there, I'll rip her off her high horse.
Yes, for she is the 1,000.
You think they're gonna execute us too after this?
Guess so.
You hear it?
So it's back into the cycle. Back into the same old crap again. Wish we could have gone a little further.
Same here.
The key's in Gondol's hands now. I think we've done enough.
She whose life
Yeah, we've passed the torch. Now, it's up to the city.
Shut up! Keep it quiet!
As she now returns to me. Ad perpetuum rei memoriam.
Noah, giving up? Now, of all time?
I don't want to give up. But we're trapped here. Our blades. I hope at least she can go in peace.
Of course Noah trapped. Noah still not tried to draw Lucky 7.
Huh?
Remember? Back when Riku give wisdom? When need of true power, sword will appear.
Yeah. I remember.
Today is day of need. Even at edge, facing sheer drop, must never give up.
Riku.
Mimi!
Mio! Mio! Mio!
Pick it up. You're an Offseer, so send her. What's wrong? Go on, send her. Isn't that your role? Isn't she your Mio?
It's been fun, Noah.
Mio!